Ahí ya está. Sí, ya veo, ya veo. Perfecto.
Muy buenas tardes. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to this English Learning Symposium. This is the 6th edition of the English Learning Symposium organized by Instituto Superior de Lenguas, ISL. It's great to have you here. We are very happy. This is our day 2. So I hope that you joined us yesterday and I hope that you had a great time. And today we have a day full of great speakers who are going to share many things with you. So we are very happy to be with you in this 6th edition of the English Learning Symposium. So, in order to start, I'd like to not only say welcome to everyone, but I would also like to welcome Dr. Valentina Canese, the director of the ISL. Hello, Valentina. How are you?
Hello, thank you, Elena. Welcome, everybody. We're very pleased to be here on our second day of our sixth annual English Learning Symposium. Like Elena said, this is our sixth edition. And like I said yesterday, we had 3 versions in person, and this is our third virtual edition. We are very pleased to be able to share this experience with you all over Paraguay and beyond. I am very extremely grateful to the people who make this possible, all the students and professors who helped the organization of this event in the English department, as well as the support staff, and including our extension the extension coordinator, Mr. Juan Amarilla, and Francisco Busso from Facultad de Filosofía, who've been helping us, supporting us with the Facebook Live transmission. And very especially thank all the students who are involved in this event. Today we have, just like yesterday, a day full of very interesting presentations. First of all, we're going to have here Professor Elena Nunez, who will share with all of us about Paratiso and the opportunities granted by this association to all English teaching professionals in Paraguay and beyond. And then after that, we'll have a presentation by second year students on online tools for English students and educators. Very interesting presentation. And then after that, we'll have Ana Franco giving us a presentation about good practices on interpretation, Jasmine Benitez on the translation landscape and how translation is done and who are involved. And finally, Jose Figueredo will close with how to quote from document translation projects. At the end of the tonight, you will be able to complete the registration. I mean, not the registration, but the evaluation form, which will allow you to have the certificate. And also, like Mr. Christoffel mentioned yesterday, this is a very good way for us to know what are some things that are of everybody's interest. And I would like to thank very especially all the people who connected with us from all over the country yesterday. And I hope today you're also going to be enjoying these wonderful presentations. Our student Marta Santa Cruz will be helping Professor Nunez in answering some of our Facebook chat questions and other things. So thank you, Marta, as well. And with nothing more, I wish you all a great evening, and I hope you enjoy this experience. And please don't forget to complete the evaluation form so we can make it even better next time. Thank you very much.
Thank,
Thank you, Professor.
thank you, Professor Canese. Welcome, Marta. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. Well, I'd like to let our audience know that Marta is going to help us in the chat there. So if you leave comments in the Facebook feed, make sure that we're going to be talking about that with Marta. So thank you so much for joining me this afternoon and for helping me in this symposium.
Thank you for having me too.
All right, so let's get started. What if we get started? As Dr. Canese already has mentioned, we have many things to share with you. I know that there are many people connecting. So those of you who are there already in the live streaming, I would first like to ask you to share this streaming to your feed, to your Facebook feed, so more people. I know that 4 people have already shared it, so thank you so much. Share this feed so that more people can find out that we are live and that we have started already. So please make sure that you share, that you like this live streaming, and this is going to help us a lot to make sure that more people connect. Okay. That would be the very first thing. The second thing that I'm going to ask you before we get started with the presentations is let us know where you're from, okay? We would love to hear where you're from. Are you connecting from Asunción? Are you connecting from Luque, from Encarnación, from Ciudad del Este, Misiones? We had so many people from different cities in Paraguay yesterday, and we would love to hear what's your school name or what's your where you're from. Okay, so let us know about that in the chat box whenever you have a chance, because it's awesome to know those things. All right. Another thing that I'm going to ask you is make sure that you follow us on social media as well. If you're watching this from Facebook, I would like to tell you that we also have an Instagram page. So check out our Instagram page as well. You will find us as Instituto Superior de Lenguas Oficial, if I'm not mistaken, and you will follow us. It would be great to see you there as well. All right. As Dr. Canese mentioned, today we are going to have, in a couple of minutes, I'm going to be sharing with you about Paratiso. So that in case you don't know what Paratiso is, I'm going to share some information, and I hope that you find it useful. And later on, as Dr. Canese already said, we're going to talk about online tools for English students and educators. As a matter of fact, let me share my screen so that you can see what I'm seeing, and we can enjoy it all together. Okay, just give me a second. Okay. Let's see. There you go. No, not that. I don't want to share that. That was my 1 second. Okay, here we go. So that you can see, you can also see, for those of you who are visual, because there are always people who are very visual, so you will be able to see today what we have to offer. Okay, so we are here, we're giving the announcements. In a minute, I'm going to get started talking about Paratiso, and then we are going to have online tools for English students and educators. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about our presenters in a minute. And we're also going to have our graduate, Ana Franco, who's going to talk about good practices on interpretation. And later on, we are going to have this awesome topic, the translation landscape, how is translation done and who are involved, by Jasmine Benitez. Then we're going to have how to quote for document translation projects by Jose Figueredo, okay? And there are also some special surprises for you, so stay tuned, okay? Here we go. So if you are interested, perhaps, Mr. Christopher, we can also share the link to our website so that people can follow us, and they can click there and they can visit. And also make sure that you go to our Instagram account. I see that our Instagram account has been posted in the box. Beautiful. Thank you so much. So click there, follow us, and in a minute or so, we are going to share this awesome website as well, that's full of information about about ISL, all right? And not only you're going to be able to see what you're seeing right now, which is today's agenda, but you will also be able to get to know the presenters. You see that they're all there. Okay, everybody is there. So you will be able to read from about some of our presenters. Hello, Fernando. How are you? So here, and also the hosts. That's us. Okay. So follow, make sure that you, there you go. I see that it's in our chat box already. So thank you so much. Make sure that you follow us and that you can get to meet our presenters as well. All right. So don't forget to tell us where you're from, okay? If you're joining this presentation, this live streaming, welcome. Share it so that more people can join and make sure that you like it as well. Okay. So we are going to get started. Thank you. I see that there are people telling us where they're from as well. We are going to read it in a minute, okay? Beautiful. Okay, so what if we get started with today's topic, okay? We are going to, I'm going to stop sharing for a second and then so that you can, 1 second. All right, so we are going to get started with Paratisol, okay? I don't know if any of you have ever heard about Paratisol. If you are a member or if you've ever participated in any of the events that Paratisol organizes, let us know. I would love to hear from you. It would be great to know whether you've ever been part of Paratisol, okay? There you go. As you can see on the screen, Paratisol is the Paraguayan Teachers of English to Speakers of Other Languages Association, and is an affiliate of TESOL International Association. TESOL International Association is one of the biggest English teachers associations in the world. Hello, Eva. Elba, how are you? And it's always looking for opportunities for their associates, their members, to learn more, and it's always in sharing very cutting edge information. So Paratisol is the, as it says there, the chapter in Paraguay. All right. Let us know if you've ever participated in a Paratisol event in the past. So in case you are not familiar with Paratisol, the mission of Paratisol is to promote professional development for English teachers, okay? English teachers from all over Paraguay. If you teach in a private school, in a public school, at an institute, language institute, if you teach at home, then Paratisol is your association. You should be part of Paratisol if you teach at home or if you teach private tutoring, but you teach English, English for special purposes or for content-based learning, whatever. If you're teaching English, this is the association for you because we promote professional development for English teachers. And these are the members of the board, okay? We have our president, our current president is Rocio Mazzoleni. Those of you who were here yesterday met Ms. Rocio Mazzoleni already. She was giving a presentation yesterday. She's our current president. Our first vice president is Carolina Ortiz. Our second vice president, I'm pretty sure that you've heard about her, is Dr. Valentina Canese, also director of ISL. Myself, Elena Nunez, I'm the treasurer, and our secretary is Eliana Espinola. Okay. So these are the people who are at the Paratisol board. Okay. And I would also like to introduce you to the team leaders. Larissa Nunez is in marketing. She's the coordinator of volunteers. I'm going to tell you in a couple of minutes, in case you're interested, I'm going to tell you about volunteering for Partiso as well. So just stay tuned, okay? Then we have Soledad Gomez, who's our community manager, also a former ISL student. So it's great to have ISL students be part of Partiso as well. And our awesome designer Patricia Gomez as well. She's also an ISL, a former student. She's our designer. So all of the beautiful things that you see on our Instagram, on the Partiso Instagram, it's it's in charge of these awesome people. Agustina Celada is also our designer. Harshini Lalwani is our consultant, and Maria Paz Cordero is in video editing. Now, what do we do at Partiso? We support, we encourage, and we collaborate, and we also train. We train other teachers, and we also give the opportunity for teachers who would like to share their expertise so that they could have a space in teaching. Okay. Hi, Grisel. You're not a teacher yet, but you would love to be one soon. That's awesome. I'm super excited. I'm super excited. This is a beautiful, beautiful profession. It's a profession that can open doors, not only open doors to to the world, but also to your heart, because you get to meet people who are awesome and also very passionate about learning English and teaching English. So welcome. Thank you, Ms. Ucedo. Thank you for your words. It's always great to have you. Mirta Ucedo is also a former president, and she's always collaborating with us. How do we do this at Partiso? We organize monthly webinars, okay? We also have free in-person workshops. We connect with international speakers, and Mirta and many other people from different organizations help us, and companies help us do this. There are also discounts in shops and bookstores. So if you're a member, you can also get discounts in shops and bookstores. We offer raffles and giveaways for teachers, and we are going to offer we're going to do 2 raffles today as well. So just stay tuned. We are going to tell you in a minute what they are about. And we also have an annual conference, okay? And about the monthly webinars, there's something that we call teacher training webinars. So if you are a teacher, if you want to be a teacher, then you should be a member, because we have teacher training webinars with experienced teachers who provide 1-hour training sessions. And many of them are entirely free. Many of them are entirely free for everyone. Some are members only webinars, but there are also free webinars. Then we have something called the publishers webinars, which representatives of publishing companies such as Richmond, Oxford University Press, and many others give free demonstration of innovative tools, resources, and often free access to Partiso members. So this is also another opportunity, even if you're not a current member, but you would like to start kind of like digging into what we do at Partiso, just follow us on our Instagram, Facebook, etc., and you will find out about these free opportunities. Okay. Hello, Sonia. How are you? In our in-person workshops, which are led by local and international experts in the educational field, many of these are also exclusively for members, but every now and then we also have some free workshops. So stay tuned so that you can find out. For instance, one of the last ones that we had was at the ISL, as a matter of fact, and it was great to be able to see people, because the pandemic gave us the opportunity to explore the online world and to reach our members and reach teachers through the online sessions. But we are very, very excited that this year we got to do some in-person workshops and actually see people again and get some coffee while we are talking about this profession that we all love. And there are many sponsors and supporters that make Paratiso possible, not only the annual conference, but also who are part of our monthly webinars and sometimes our in-person workshops. So these are some of the awesome companies related to the ELT world, the English language teaching world. And so yes, we want to say a big shout out to all of them for making this possible. So if you've just joined the streaming, hello, my name is Elena, and I'm sharing about this awesome teacher organization called Paratiso. I see that many people are joining from different parts of the world, and the world, yeah, the world, Asunción and Paraguay, and different parts of our beautiful country. Tell us where you're from, okay? We would love to hear where you're from, okay? Okie dokie. I see that Marta is sharing some questions already with me, which I'm going to read them in a minute. Thank you, Marta. So I was telling you about, thank you, Marta. I'm going to read them for sure. Thank you. There are some awesome, there's this awesome annual conference that we have in 2020. You can see the flyer right there. Also in 2021, our topic was building trust, okay? And in 2022, we held this conference that was based on teacher resilience, building ELT, resilient ELT classrooms. So it's over already. It was a month ago, but it gives us the opportunity to, and here comes a great, you can see the ISL, the Filosofia logo over there. It's because Partisol and ISL partnered to work together and put together this conference, this annual conference. This year, the conference was a hybrid mode. One day was in person and the second day was online. And ISL, the Instituto Superior de Lenguas, and Paratiso worked very closely in order to make this conference possible. And we had this outreach program that's also known as Extensión Universitaria, and in which students volunteered to at the Paratiso conference, and they helped with several activities, and they were a great resource. As a matter of fact, they did hosting, they co-hosted online sessions, they contributed with the in-person conference. They did a whole bunch of different things, and it was a great way to so that the ISL students were able to find out about Paratiso and meet other people. This outreach program was made possible with the joint efforts of ISL and Paratiso, and this is not the first year. We did it already last year, and it turned out so great that we wanted to work together, Paratiso and ISL, again this year. And yeah, I think that everybody was really satisfied with the result of the annual conference. I'm going to read some of the questions and answer some of the questions that Marta shared. What documents do you need to present if you want to become a member? Basically, what you need to do first, I will suggest everybody here to follow us on Instagram, on our different social media. I will share the information in a minute. But if you want to become a member, you just need to tell us if you want to. Let me see. Before we go to, you can also become a volunteer. But if you want to become a member, we have different membership rates, the professional ones. Then we have the student. There you go. If you want to become a member, we have the professional membership, we have the student membership, and we have the volunteer membership. So those who are volunteers have a special rate. If you're currently studying, at a university, at a language institute. Doesn't matter what kind of what kind of student. If you're a graduate student, you can also become a member. And if you have already graduated and you're fully teaching, then there is this professional membership, okay? But you also have a chance to become a volunteer. So documents, basically, you need to click on the link. I'm going to share this presentation with everybody so that it can be accessible for you online, and you will be able to click on these links, and you will be able to pay your membership and fill out the form there so that you can be automatically a member, okay? Marta, is there any question, or do you have a comment or question about this?
No, if you want, I can ask you the questions actually, so to help you out.
Sure. It would be that would be even better. Go ahead. So that I don't have to go back and forth. What's the next question?
Sure. People want to know what are the main benefits of being part of the top Paratiso, member of Paratiso.
All right, thank you. Not only you are going to be connected with, you will have the chance to get to know other professionals, other teachers, colleagues like you who love teaching, but you will also have access to some, let me go back in my presentation so that we can again show this. You will be able to access some member-only events, okay? We have some member-only events. Some of them are in person, some of them are online, and something that is super awesome, and which I love very much, there are some discounts in some bookstores, such as Books and others, so that you can be part of that. Every now and then, we also give a chance to our members to participate in other TESOLs, because the same way we in Paraguay, we have a Paratiso. The Paraguayan chapter is called Paratiso. There is a Paratiso not Paratiso. There's a TESOL organization in Argentina, in Panama, in Honduras, in many different places around the world. So when there is a special activity in one of these other TESOLs, we always invite our members. Sometimes we have special access, and we get to offer these special access to them, so that you can continue growing in this profession. And of course, there is also this year, those that became members, they were able to join the annual conference for free. So they didn't have to pay extra for the conference. So the conference and the membership came together. And I think I already mentioned that there are discounts in shops and bookstores as well. And you can also present at Paratiso, and you know, it's a great opportunity for people to share what they're doing. What's the next question, Marta?
Great, Professor. Yes, another question. They would like to know about the discounts. How do they get them in bookstores or where else?
Yes. You have, as I mentioned, there are a couple of places where you can get discounts. I mentioned Books. There's also Edisol. Style also has a special offer for those that want to continue studying, learning English. They also offer a discount there in their matricula, if I'm not mistaken. And there are a couple of, we also have a nutritionist who's a member who is offering also a discount there, and other places. We are trying to get more and more people join so that we can offer a larger number of discounts for members. What else do we have?
They also would like to know about restrictions, if there are any restrictions to be a Paratiso member.
Not really. If you are either teaching or you would like to become a teacher and you're interested in growing in this profession, the only thing that we need to make sure is that you choose the right type of membership, because there is different, and the price is a little bit different between a professional membership, a student membership, or a volunteer membership, and that would be it, pretty much it. And then you're part of it. If you're connected, even if you're not currently teaching English, but you're teaching other subjects, but you are connected to the English world and you are connected to education, you can be a member for sure, and we will be very happy to have you. Is there anything else?
Sure. The last question that I sent you before here, I sent on the chat, was the same that you already mentioned, like where can they get more info? Is there any main place where they can always get into? Is that the website?
That they can write to partisolinfo@gmail.com. That's our, I'm going to show uh, the email address where they can write, and they will get some more info. Just my computer is kind of slow, so just stay with me. All right. And you can also follow us on social media. You will find us on pretty much all of the social media there is. You will find us on Instagram, on Facebook. You will find us where else? You will also find us on LinkedIn. So there are many different social media where you can find out, on YouTube as well. So make sure that you follow us on YouTube so that you can see and watch some of the past webinars that we had. Okay. Okay, I was doing hard for that. There you go. Now it's working. So there, now you can see if you want to be a volunteer, or if you want to find out more about Partiso, send us an email, partisoinfo@gmail.com. Okay, and we'll be happy to respond. Note that sometimes we respond right away, because all of the people who are members of the board are also it's a volunteer position, so sometimes we don't get to reply super fast, but write an email and we will be happy to reply to you. Okay. This I already talked about, and before we close, okay, let me show you this. These are our social media. You can find us on Instagram as @Partiso, on Facebook, Partiso Paraguay. That's our email address, okay? And also you can also join the Partiso group on WhatsApp, so that you can be part of it, and we can send the link later so that those of you who want to be part of that distribution can there, and you will get to know more information. Okay. Note that that WhatsApp group is not a group where you can interact. It's like a distribution list. Okay, so you will get information and you will find out when's the next webinar and things like that. Okay. Now, the most important part of the evening, we have tonight we are offering 2 memberships among all of the English Learning Symposium participants of Day 2. So if you are here, would your name, we're going to enter your name in a name wheel, and later in one of that we are going to raffle 2 memberships, 1-year membership, okay? And so that you can join Partiso, all right? And we love rewarding our supportive community. So make sure that you follow us on Instagram and social media in general, because we are always sort of things. Okay. Okie dokie. So just jot down your comments if you want to be part of, but you're already, by being here, you're already participating in the raffle. Okay. And I already showed you this. In case you just joined, take a look and follow us on our social media. We'll be happy to have you there, okay? As I said earlier today, in case you were not able to get that part, I am going to share this presentation with the English Learning Symposium so that it can be posted in our websites, okay? All right, so about what I wanted to share with you about Partiso. Marta, were you able to see how, I mean, we read about our participants, where they're from, if we have people from from Asunción or from other places? I don't know if you were able to read those.
Yes, 1 second, please.
Sure, no problem. I'm going to stop sharing here. There you go. Well, Marta is checking our live streaming so that we can get to know where you're connecting. We would love to hear that. Okay. And while we get that information ready, I'd like to invite all of you to our Congreso de Lingüística Aplicada. Okay. Make sure that if you follow us already on Facebook, I'm pretty sure that you have read about our Congreso de Lingüística Aplicada. Okay, it's going to take place in November, so get your calendar, take your calendar out, and mark November the 15th, the 16th, and the 17th. Okay, we are going to have our Congreso de Lingüística Aplicada, which is a great opportunity for all the people who languages, not only English, to find out. And I'm pretty sure that we're also going to get the website. If Mr. Cristofo, you can share the website in the chat box so that people can follow CONPLA, the Congreso de Lingüística Aplicada. It's compla.org.
Done.
All right, thank you so much. So that you can follow us, save it so that you can browse it later once we're done with this awesome English Learning Symposium. You can click on that and get to find out more about COMPLA, the Congreso de Lingüística Aplicada. And it's such an honor to be able to organize this, that Instituto Superior de Lenguas is not only organizing the English Learning Symposium, but also the Congreso de Lingüística Aplicada, because it's a great opportunity to keep learning about this profession, okay? There will be presenters from different parts of the world. It's going to be a very, very interesting learning opportunity, a professional development opportunity. Okay, let's see. Marta, were you able to read it? Because I also have it here with me. So
you can just read it, because I'm having some internet issues right now. Sorry.
No, totally get it. Sometimes internet it plays tricks on us when we need it the most. So we have people from Digna Benitez is joining us from Concepcion. Thank you so much for being there. We have Sharon Kane, Professor Sharon is joining from Luque. We also have from Mingaguazu City. Hi, Blanca. It's great to have you here. From San Juan Nepomuceno, Saida Fariña. We also have people from Abaí, Departamento de Cazapá. We also have people from Itapúa, Yatutaú. I hope I read that right. But this is super exciting. Then we have people from Arewa, from Lima, Paraguay, from Caguazú, from Mayolas, my goodness, from Ijucaguazú, San Antonio. Thank you, Cynthia. She's saying parties or rocks. Yes, I believe that too. From Maria is from San Juan de Ponceno as well. From 3 de Mayo, Cazapá. That's so great. It's really, really great to have you here. Fernando La Mora, Yaguarón. So many different places. San Lorenzo, of course. People from Asunción. I bet I'm from Asunción, so
Fernando de Mora also.
Nice.
It's hard to get the same meeting with the stream live.
Yeah, it is. But it's great to have you here. Thank you so much for sharing where you're from, and thank you for being there. It's very exciting to have you here. There's another thing that I'd like to share before we move on to the next presenter, or presenters actually. I'd like to mention to you, in case you haven't heard this yet, that the certificates you're going to receive an evaluation form today. You will complete that evaluation form, okay? Because we love to hear from you. We want to know whether you liked this symposium, what you liked, how we can improve, okay? So you will complete that link, and in about 2 weeks or so, you're going to get your certificates in your emails, okay? So just stay tuned so that whenever you see that link, that evaluation link, click it so that we can save your information so that we can later send your certificate. Okay. Good. I hope that I'm not forgetting anything, Christian. Just let me know if there's anything else that you would like me to share with our audience before.
Everything has been covered.
All right. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you. So we are getting ready to receive our next presenters. Okay. So now we're going to get ready, my dear audience, to listen to Victoria Colman, Andrea Gallardo, Lucas Ovelar, Alexis Oviedo, Daniel Prieto, and Andrea Villamayor. They're going to be talking about online tools and educators. All right. So get ready, get water at home or a tereré or tea or coffee, and get a pen and pencil because we are going to talk about online tools for English students and educators. It's all Victoria, Andrea, Lucas, Alexis, Daniel, and Andrea. Are we there? Just turn your one of the mics on and let me know so that you can take over. Hi, Andrea.
We're here. Hi,
How are you?
Professor.
Hi, Professor.
Hi, Andrea. Hi, Andrea.
Good afternoon.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Daniel. Hi, Victoria. All right.
Hi.
I'm
Good
going to turn
afternoon.
off. Hi, Lucas. I'm going to turn my camera off now so that, the floor is all yours so that you can get started. All right. So go ahead.
Right. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this presentation. We are students from the second year of the English language degree, and today we'll be presenting about some websites which you can find useful as learners or teachers. It is important to know that in reality, technology drives our learning more nowadays, and therefore, using technology in the classroom can work as an aid. The websites that we're going to share with you can be used in the classroom as activities to do with the students. However, they can also be used as an aid for a self-study routine if you learn on your own. Having said that, let's get started. My name is Alexis Oviedo. I'm going to share with you 3 useful websites for English learners and students. The first one of which is BBC Learning English, owned by the BBC, which contains lots of resources that both students and teachers can use and benefit from. Here you can see the main page of the website, and I'll talk about its features. So, what can we find on this website? It's got like grammar references divided into levels from beginners to advanced, pronunciation activities, which are meant for you to practice and to develop phonological awareness of the sounds of the English language so that you can understand the speech more easily. I must say, nevertheless, that it focuses on British English, but it's a fantastic resource. You can definitely use it to improve your skills. You've also got vocabulary activities, particularly good for beginners, and resources for teachers in the teachers room, which is something great as well. Here in the teachers room, you can get tips on various topics which are typical for teachers. For instance, tips on how to give instructions, how to teach a new class, and so on. You also have stories for children and podcasts, news reviews, which are always updated, and you can get some exercises to do afterwards. This is something I've personally found useful, and you can as well. Let us look at an example of what one feature looks like. Here, we've got the example of a grammar reference, which shows you all the topics that encompass the medium or intermediate level. Now, let us look at an example of an actual explanation about the third conditional, which is considered to be of intermediate level. You can see the explanation of its use, and this is something that you, as a teacher, can use to inform yourself about the concept in a better way. Or you can use it in class with your students so that they can also see it at the same time. After that, after going over the explanation, you have exercises to practice, and this is a way to test the understanding of your students. The exercises are basically quizzes with some questions about the topic covered. And it can also be a way to test yourself if you've got like a self-study routine. Let's take a look at the following website, which is ESL Lounge. This is a website on which you will be able to find resources for English learners, ranging from reading to test preparation for the major international exams. You can see the main page on its student mode. You can also have the teacher mode. Now, what can we find on this website? It contains lots of reading, listening, grammar, and vocabulary activities. Also, as I said, it contains content related to the major international exams, such as TOEFL and IELTS, which is to say that you get mostly reading and listening exercises, which can be an aid in your preparation for one of these exams. The website also has a pronunciation guide, games for children, and an interesting phrasal verbs guide. Now, phrasal verbs are usually a bit difficult to understand when students are first exposed to them, so a guide like this can come in handy for that reason. You can use it in your class to teach about phrasal verbs, or you can use it yourself in case you're interested in learning more about phrasal verbs. Here's an example of a reading activity. You've got a text like this, and then there are exercises below. As I said, everything is divided into levels, so you can choose the level of difficulty. If you're a teacher, this is something you can use in class to practice reading with your students, and after finishing the text, you move on to the exercise, which is below. They are usually multiple choice exercises, but you've also got like fill in the blanks exercises. And these exercises are meant to test the comprehension of the text previously read, which is something that can be shared in class or used on one's own. Finally, we've got Grammar Bank, another useful resource for English learners and teachers. Grammar Bank has many tools which can help you improve your skills in the English language. Now, same question, what can we find on this website? It contains grammar lessons and exercises, many quizzes which you can use in class on your own, writing and vocabulary, English for kids with games and easy exercises for them. And the interesting feature of this website is that it has many downloadable worksheets which you can print to have them at your disposal at any time. This can be good when planning a lesson so that you don't have to develop a material from scratch and just have the material ready for the class. And just like ESL Lounge, this website also has a guide for the major international exams with exercises and materials which resemble real exams so that you can practice in case you're taking one of these exams. Here's an example of a combined quiz which covers different grammatical points. A quiz like this can be used as a way to evaluate your students, or why not yourself if you study on your own. But you can use it as a game for students so that you don't feel pressured. However, you'll be evaluating them by checking if they have understood the grammar of a lesson. So thank you very much, and now we move on to the following websites with my fellow classmates.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I can see that there are people even from Hernandarias to Paranda Casapa. So, good afternoon to each one of you.
We also
So
have
now,
people from Concepcion saying hi to us.
okay, hello, Concepcion. So, I'm Lucas, and I will talk about 3 sites that I found very useful when teaching. So, I structure this as a classroom setting, let's say, in the sense that there's an introduction, then the middle, where we do the exercises, and then there's a closure. So I want to know, I don't know if you can answer this, but you probably have cared about word wall or that worksheets. I don't know, maybe. So I will still talk about them. So the first site is word wall. This site is basically a page where you can play games in English, but you can use it in the classroom in the sense that there are games about grammar, vocabulary, and many other features. So all of these sites share the same thing, that in the sense that they are free. So you have to sign up first and then you just log in like I did. There's a search bar where it says my activities. In this case, these are the ones that you prepare, but there's also a community that there are many teachers from all over the world that are contributing to this page. So you just go there and you click on the community part and you type what you want. For example, in my case, since I was teaching about demonstrative pronouns, that's what I typed. And I chose the first one, the first option. It's like a game basically when it starts. And there, for example, in this case, you have to choose between 2 options to complete this sentence. Since the kite is far away, I chose that. And there you can see that it's correct. And it's time. So in that way, you can control the way that the students are performing. You can see the score, you can see the time. So it's very useful. And the second page is live worksheets. This is where the basically gets more serious, let's say. So these are worksheets that are prepared that you can use. You can also prepare your own. And as I said before, you just sign up and then log in. There are many worksheets about anything basically. So in this case, since I was teaching about verbs, that's what I chose. And these are the first options. So I would just go to for the first one. There, I can see you just have to scroll down basically. There you can see the actual worksheet, and this is it. So you can complete it with your keyboard. It's very easy. When you're done, you push the button that says finish, and there you can say check your answers or email your answers to your teacher. I chose check my answers, and there you can see the score. For example, in my case, I usually ask my students to just screenshot this and send it to me so I can see their performance, but they can also email you as you saw here. So as I said, this is very useful to work in the classroom because there are many worksheets about anything. That's the third site I will talk about is lyrics training. So this is a very useful site, especially when you are closing your class, in the sense that usually the students are tired or since they work a lot, especially with live worksheets. So this is something to relax but still learn. Lyrics training is a page that's basically like a karaoke machine type of deal, but you have to complete it. So you learn English by doing that. But not only English, this site is available for many languages like Portuguese, French, or many others. So it's an app actually too, but in this case, we'll just go to the website. There you can also sign up. In my case, I will log in and you just type for the song you want. For example, in my case, I type the song Sweet Child of Mine by Guns N' Roses. And there it's basically the videos from YouTube, but they all have subtitles, but you have to complete them. But first, you have to choose a level. In that sense, the level are divided in the sense that they have some of them are you have to complete like half of the words. Some of them you have to complete 25% of the words. In my case, I will choose intermediate. So it's like a game. You start, and there you can see the video. You put play, and there you can see how you have to complete the song for what you hear. There's a score, so there's everything basically that so you can see how you're performing. And in this case, when you complete it correctly, you can see the green dots. That means that this is correct. And that's all the sites I wanted to share with you. Now let's move on with the next classmate.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Victoria Coleman. I hope you are having a great time watching our presentation, and I will share about the three websites that I really like. The first one is PBS Learning Media, which is a website that offers a lot of video and other interactive lessons contents. It can be really useful for teachers and also for students. Moving on to the features of this the PBS offers, it is categorized by 10 subjects such as science, social studies, world languages, and much more. It's completely free. You can create your profile or you can give your students a code so they can be easily connect and share with Google Classrooms. And you can use this as a supplementary option for your virtual classes. Here we will see a sample of a lesson builder. You can build your own lesson, or if you're an educator, you can use a lesson plan that is already standardized, and these can be combined with the videos or audio from the library content. And as a student, you can have the free access to the media content that your teacher uses. And they will provide you a code like I mentioned before. Then I will talk about what the second one of my favorite websites is Read, Write, and Think. This is a website that focuses on literary content. And it has the feature, like I mentioned, is everything is about literature content, and the resources are not available as the books, but there you can have lesson plans and also worksheets to make your own classes. And something that is really distinctive about this website, and I find it really enjoyable, is that it offers a calendar activity, for example, with the birthday of the author, with a holiday, or a historical content with resources and activities related to that. For example, today on the 21st, we have Ursula Le Guin birthday, so we can click there and you will find a lot of sources about that author in particular. And the third webpage that I will talk about is Albert.io. This is a great tool, especially for math and grammar. I really enjoy their grammar problem solution. For example, we have here, you have math problem, and then you can time yourself, and it's multiple choice, so you can choose the right answer, and then it will give, if you choose the right answer, it will go to the next question. But if you got the wrong answer, it will explain to you why that answer is wrong, and it will teach you all the steps to lead to that solution. Then you can also use it for grammar. For example, here I was teaching about linking verbs. So there you have a sentence, and then your student has to choose the right answer. And if, like I mentioned before, the same with math, if it's correct, it will give you the chance to go to the next slide. Or if it's not correct, then it will explain you why. Here you can have an example. The woman was the right age, and she was sweet and nurturing. So you have to choose the two linking verbs with one click. And then it also explains to you about the regular verb to be. And now we can move on to my next classmate. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for watching us on Facebook Live. I'm very happy to be here. My name is Daniel Prieto, and I will continue talking about more tools that you can use in your everyday classes. So, this is the first one that I have for you. It's called Padlet. It's one of my personal favorites. I use it in my class every single day. So, what can you find on this website? So first of all, we can say that Padlet is a place where you can post notes on a common page to make your class a little bit more organized. But this web page goes beyond just the normal notes, because you can also include some links, videos, pictures, and document files. So it's really interactive. You can include a lot of activities. And the most important part for me that I actually really like is the fact that you can personalize your Padlet the way you want. So let's suppose that you're teaching a specific subject, let's say science. You can personalize it to make it more visually appealing to your subject, maybe including pictures about nature, some animals, and stuff like that. I have here an idea that I implemented once in my classes. I call it my $1 million idea. So basically, it is to create a Padlet where your students can introduce themselves. Basically, you create the name of the Padlet. In this case, it's called my Epic Padlet. You share the link to your students, and they will start writing notes similar to the one that you can see here on the screen. You can go beyond just an introduction. Maybe you can ask them for some pictures, let's say a picture of themselves, or a picture of something they like, or let's say an activity that they do, just to get to know each other a little bit more. And this activity could be done in the first day of class when nobody knows each other. The second web page that I have for you, it's called Quizzes. I absolutely love quizzes. It's really, really useful. I am in love with quizzes. So what can we find on this website? First of all, and we can say that all of the lessons and quizzes that you can find in this website are instructor based. That means that the teacher is the one that is able to control the pace of the lessons or the quizzes, and the student just goes through each of the question, and it's something that students can do together. That is option A. Option B is to present the whole quiz to make it more like a competition, which is really useful when you have teenagers. Mostly they really like competitions and games in the class, so they would probably like quizzes a lot. Another feature of quizzes is that you can access to a big library of quizzes and lessons. of all the topics that you can possibly imagine. And the cool part about this is that you can customize all of those existing quizzes, or you can create your own from scratch, again, to reflect or to make it more related to the subject or the grammar that you're teaching at the moment. Quizzes is also useful to conduct formative assessments. For instance, if you have finished with a unit, you can use quizzes to test whether your students have learned the lesson or if there are things that need to be improved. Another thing that you can do with quizzes is to assign all of these lessons or quizzes as homework, just to vary the type of homework that you give your students. And finally, and I think is the most important one, is that you're able to join a community of teachers. And in this place, you will be able to share materials and class activities, because it's always a good idea to listen to what other teachers are doing, what materials they're using, and the ideas or the methodologies that they apply to their classrooms. And now I will show you how it looks like. This is how quizzes looks like on the homepage. For example, I was looking for a quiz about present simple, and you can see some options here. There are only 3 on screen, but I guarantee that there are hundreds of more results. So as I said before, you can edit, customize all of these quizzes the way you want to make it more appealing to your students. Maybe if you want to make it more visually appealing, you can include some pictures, videos, music, whatever you want. It's really versatile in that sense. So that's all I have for you. Thank you very much. Now my classmate will continue talking about more useful tools.
So good afternoon. My name is Andrea Villamayor, and I'm going to be talking about TED Ed specifically. As we know, TED is an online platform known for its annual conference called the TED Conference and its TED Talks. They cover a wide variety of topics, including science, art, politics, education, culture, technology, among others. And when you enter this website, there is a little section called TED Ed. And in this section, we find educational material, also in the areas previously mentioned. And we also find search engines to filter this information, which is really useful. So there you can see the first page of TED Ed. So what is it that we can find on this page? We can find material for students, educators, and parents. We also can find lessons, collections, and explorations. And we can find the blog with the ultimate updates from TED Ed. On the next slide, we can see an example of what is a lesson, which are materials that are organized by subject and by age. Then we find the collections, which are organized by topic. In the next slide, thank you. There you can see the example of the TED collections. And then we find the exploration section, in which we learn through interactive experiences created in conjunction with other organizations. For example, End Waste or Plan for Zero, which talk about global issues, climate change, and etc. So this is a really useful tool. The next page I will be talking about is Canva. I'm sorry, I forgot about the TED blog. The TED blog contains articles that keep you updated on the new material that it is uploaded to the platform, so it's really useful too. The next page I will be talking about now is Canva. Canva is one of the most used design platforms because it's super versatile. It can be used for free, but you can also find a paid version to it, of course. So what do we find inside Canva? We find this tool allows us to create whiteboards for your online classes, original presentations with unique designs, infographics on any topic, short videos, didactic materials to print, and posters and flyers for your social network and also for your classes. In this website, in the next slide, we can see that we find a central box with the options that will allow us to search for more specific content. You can see there it says whiteboards, presentations, social media, and etc. Um, and we can select what we want to create at that specific moment. Also, we have some templates that will be visible when we click on them. So these templates again open windows and more templates appear and you can select the topic that you require at that time. There is also a menu that you can see on the left side of the screen, um, which will be quite intuitive, and it has several options. In this case, we're looking at templates of whiteboards, where we see more options. And by clicking on them, you can modify these options as well. Also, the most important part of this for us as future teachers or educators currently is the main menu of the left that it says education, as you can see on the screen. This contains more specific material that could be useful for any teacher, such as presentations, infographics, and others. So it's a really helpful tool for all of us. Thank you very much.
So, good evening, everyone. My name is also Andrea, and I would like to briefly introduce to you two more tools before we step out of the meeting. So, the first one would be British Council, which is a platform where you will definitely be able to find very interesting material. You will be able to find materials for children, for young adults, and adults as well. Next slide. Yes, so you'll actually find podcasts, teaching resources, teacher training, conferences, webinars. However, this is also a website where you can actually train, whether if you feel like you're still a student and you need to study a bit more, or if you feel like you're ready to take a teaching course. This is a website that you will find resources, even though they do come at a small cost, but they are very interesting to deal with. So the second website that is a very interesting website because it has many filters and you'll be able to target many areas with your students. It's called ISO Collective. So for example, here, as we see on the first filter, if we want to target something related to grammar, you have thousands of options here that you'll be able to use with different ages, different levels. You can also combine filters as well. So for example, here we have adjectives. If you want to target the verb to be, for example, or modals, this is a very interesting tool to use when it comes to finding the right material to target your students. On the second slide, we also have vocabulary, and you actually have a diversity of materials presented to you. On the first one, for example, we have something a bit more colorful related to food, emotions, that, we can use that for children, for, the smaller ones that are trying to learn and absorb this in a more dynamic way. But you also have, words out of, that we can use for the old ones in order to, get knowledge about the meaning, or texts that we can also use to develop critical thinking. On the next slide, you also have a age filter, and this I would also say is a target where you choose the type of students that you have. So for example, you have activities with nursery songs, with rhymes, and on the other side you also have like a business English where they are completely different type of students, that they need different things. So this is a very interesting filter as well. On the next slide, here's where you see the levels. You can you also be able to combine the filters, as I mentioned before. So here, for example, with children if that was the case. We all know Woody. So Wolfie, sorry. So Wolfie, for example, here is teaching us the body parts, which for children, we need to make it familiar in order for them to absorb the information in the right way. Um, and the next filter that we'll see, I will personally say that this is one of the best ones, especially because you have, we've been in the situation where you have a child that has different needs, and this is a tab where you'll be able to find specific material for them. For example, a child with dyslexia, you have material where you have a bit more of images or larger words, um, where you actually be able to use to name feelings to get that with your students that sometimes they need a little bit more. So in advance, we would like to thank you once again for being here with us. We hope that this was useful. And if you need, there's a QR code that you can scan, and you'll be able to have all the tools and materials that we just showed you here. So once again, my name is Andrea. We have the other Andrea Villamayor, Daniel Prieto, Lucas Jovelar, Vic Colman, and Alexis there. And thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing all of these awesome tools. If you were not able to scan the code, you can, take a screenshot so that you can save it for later. I know that Mr. Christoffel will be sharing all the materials, or many of the materials that are shared here, so that you can use it. Yes, Lucas, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to say that I also shared these websites on the Facebook page. You can find the links there.
Beautiful. Awesome. Thank you so much, Lucas. Yes. So if later our participants can come back to this streaming, because everything will be saved. Oh, that's awesome. Yes. These are our awesome students from second year. We're so proud of you. Thank you so much for putting this together. I'm also reading some comments in other chats, and we are very proud of you. I just want to share that with you. So thank you for putting this presentation together. All right. So now I'd like to share a couple of things with the audience. Some people asked how to participate in the Partisol raffle that I mentioned earlier, just by commenting. You're leaving a message, a comment in the on the Facebook live streaming section. You're going to be participating. I'm writing down all of your names, and after this upcoming presentation, we're going to do the raffle, okay? And we are going to share that information with all of you. Okay, so while we get ready with our next presenter, I'd like to share with you this, again, for those of you who just joined us, I'd like to share a little bit about our Tercer Congreso Paraguayo de Lingüística Aplicada. There is information on, if you scroll down, you're going to be able to find the link to this awesome website called compla.org. Make sure that you save the date, November the 15th, the 16th, and the 17th. It's going to be virtual, so everybody can join, like you are doing right now, and you will be able to find lots of information here. Why participate, how you can participate, what you can expect from this Congress, which is this is going to be the third edition of our Congress. So, and you have information about past experiences and past Congresses. So it's going to be really, really cool. And these are some of the topics that we are going to be addressing during the third edition of this Congreso de Lingüística Aplicada. So if you're happy here with us in the sixth edition of the English Language Symposium, make sure that you join this Congress, because it's going to be really interesting for all of you. Okay, As you can see that there are lots of info here. Okay. And as I said earlier, I'm preparing, you will be able to see here all of the people here who are commenting. I'm keeping a list so that we can do the raffle later. All right. You will be able to participate in the raffle that we are offering, 2 memberships for Paratisol. Okay. And wait here, we're getting ready with our next presenter. You will also be able to read about our presenters in the chat. Mr. Christoffel is sharing the bios of our presenters so that you can learn about them a little bit more. But you can also learn about our presenters if you go to our website, okay? It's also in the chat, so just scroll down until you find the link to our university website. You will be able to read about our presenters. You will also be able to find information about la licenciatura en lengua inglesa. So in case you're interested in learning more about licenciatura en lengua inglesa and all the other careers that the ISL, Instituto Superior de Lenguas, offer, then make sure that you visit this website because you're going to have information here about test de precursillo de ingreso, el cursillo de ingreso, the requirements, etc., etc. As you can see, I'm scrolling down so you can see some of the information that you will be able to find on our website. So click it and bookmark it, save it, because if you are not already an ISL student, but you would like to be one, then we would love to have you. All right. Or if you want to perhaps pursue a career in German, in French, okay, we would love to have you. I would also like to say hello to the people from MEC, from the Curso de Actualización. I know that there are lots of professors here in this streaming and lots of students from all over the country. So hello, all of our MEC group people who are from the Actualización. And this Actualización Pedagógica it's brought to all of you in a joint effort between MEC and also the Instituto Superior de Lenguas. So thank you. It's great to have you here and that you're part of this, okay? I know that the G22 methods class is here as well with Professor Fernando. And I know that Maura is there as well, and also Cynthia Rolón, Maura Salimben, and Cynthia, who are the coordinators of this program. All right, so now we get ready. I know that Anna is here already, and Anna is going to be presenting there. Anna is going to be presenting good practices on interpretation. Hello, Anna. How are you?
Hello, Elena. How are you? Can you hear me well?
We can hear you wonderfully.
Perfect. Great.
All right. Before we get started, tell us a little bit about your background.
Right. Well, I'm a freelance interpreter, and in the background you can see the name of my company. It's called Verbatim, and I have a master's from the University of Leeds. I'm a former graduate from ISL. I went to study in the UK thanks to the Becal scholarship, and I also have a TESOL master's degree from the West Virginia University. And I'm like I said, I'm a freelance translator and interpreter, and that's what I do all day, every day.
Beautiful. So let's get started. Everybody get ready for good practices on interpretation. Hi, everybody, and let's get started.
Perfect. Thank you, Elena. All right, so I'm going to share my screen. Just bear with me because I'm used to working with Zoom rather than Meet, but okay. And here we are. Perfect. Can someone just tell me if you can see my screen and my presentation?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. So the topic is best practices in simultaneous interpretation. I'm going to be talking mainly about simultaneous interpretation in person versus remote interpretation. But like I said, in person and remote interpretation. So, just to give you a definition, if you don't know what simultaneous interpretation is a mode of interpreting in which the speaker makes a speech and the interpreter reformulates the speech into a language his or her audience understands at the same time. That's why it's simultaneous. And simultaneous speakers, interpreters can work either in a booth or also through so like I said, in a booth, or they can also be working using a visual, which is a portable interpretation equipment if you don't have a booth. So that's useful when there are visits and you have to walk around. And also we have a whispering interpretation with equipment. You can be with or without equipment. Right. So, what is remote simultaneous interpretation? Remote simultaneous interpretation is big nowadays due to COVID, right? Since the pandemic, everything moved to remote work environment, right? Such as this symposium. And so interpreters work remotely, doing the same thing, interpreting simultaneously through a device, right? With a cloud based platform in online meetings, hybrid conferences, webinars, and beyond. And here I just listed Zoom as one of them, Kudo, Interprefy, and we have several others. Just slow me down if I'm going too fast. Right. So, why do we have, or why is it suitable to use simultaneous interpretation? We have consecutive interpretation as well. Some of you might know. But simultaneous is suitable for symposiums, conferences, facility tours, like I said, using that portable device, with client engagement, high attendance meetings and events, workshops, employee trainings, and so much more. Right. So, as interpreters, and here especially in Paraguay, we need to help our clients, right? We are the experts, and we need to help our clients identify what type of interpreting will best suit their event. If they have a conference, if they have a small meeting, do they need simultaneous or consecutive interpretation? Do they need whispered interpretation? And so on, right? So from the beginning, we can start helping our clients choosing the best form of interpretation, right? Remember that this is interpretation and is not translating, okay? Right, so I'm going to now start talking about what are some of the good practices and how to prepare for in-person simultaneous interpretation, right? So when we're going to events, now that we're again allowed to go to events, then how do we prepare and what are some of the things that we can do in order to improve and to be the best, right? So, how do we prepare before an event? So before we go to the event, we have contacted our client. They have said yes to um, our fees, right? So we have the date, we have the place, and now we're preparing for the event, right? So in advance, we need to prepare our materials. We need to prepare our glossaries. We need to ask the organizer for a list of presenters with their names, their positions. Um, so we need that in both languages, right? We need the event's agenda. Is it going to be all day, half day? Are there breaks, right? So we need to gather all that information in advance. So I normally ask my clients to at least give me the materials 3 days in advance. I'm not a walking dictionary. I don't know about all the topics in the world, so I need to prepare in advance. So tops, my deadline is 3 days in advance to get the materials, right? So again, then we need to make sure there is a contract. This is basic, but we need to make sure there is a contract outlining things such as date, place, time of the event, right? Our rates, they are specifically stated there if it's a full day, half day, per hour, how are we charging our client. We need to add terms and conditions. That is extremely important. Um, so, for example, we need to include if there are rates for additional hours. If the event is until 6 p.m., but there was a delay, so it's going longer until 7, 8. So, what are our rates for that? If there is a cancellation, it was a 2-day event, now it's only 1 day. What do we do, right? Um, of course, we need to stipulate that we need those materials in advance, how many days in advance, of course, the payment clause to get paid, of course. And so those are the things that, in general, basic things that our contract must have. And something else that we need to think about before the event is the dress code, right? So what type of event is this? Is this a conference? Is this a meeting with few people, with many people? Are we going outside? Are they showing the location, the um, facilities, right? Um, it depends. Our dress code depends on the type of event that we're going to. However, if we're going to work in a booth, normally it's an event like you see in the picture, right? It's a meeting, um, a conference, and so on. So of course, please be mindful of your dress code. Remember that interpreters always work. Um, we always work in the background. We are unseen, right? We work in the booth, and we try not to be to call the attention that much. So be mindful of your dress code. Yes. If there are any questions, um, please, I don't know if someone can get the questions, or I'm open to questions, or we can do them at the end. Right. So during the event, right? So when we're at the event, this is again in person. Always arrive on time. Please, I know we're in Paraguayan time, right? No, we need to be professionals. So please arrive on time, which means at least 30 minutes before the meeting starts. Okay, so at least, because um, you need to make sure that everything's okay. Next point says introduce yourself to colleagues and the technician, right? So you need to make sure that everything is set up correctly. You don't know how everything is set up because you're not a technician, but you need to get there, look at the equipment, check if everything's okay, talk to your partner. If you know the person, if you don't know the person, you get acquainted with that person, right? And it's important that you introduce yourself to the technician, because that's the person who's going to help you if there is any problem during the work, of course. And once you get there, of course, also talk to the person who is in charge of the event, right? If you need any information, if there are changes, they're going to let you know. So go ahead and introduce yourself to the organizer of the event. Right, then we are going to talk about booth etiquette. I don't know if you've ever heard about this. These are manners that you need to be mindful of when you work in a booth. Like it says on the PowerPoint, remember that an interpreting booth is a confined space and you need to act accordingly, right? So switch off your mobile phone and make sure your laptop is on silent, because you take your materials with you. So make sure that you're set up in advance before everything starts. Don't arrive late and you go into the booth and your partner is already interpreting, right? So be mindful of that. Your phone needs to be off or in silence mode. Also your laptop. Take care not to wear jewelry that can make noise, like bangles or bracelets or earrings or whatever thing that makes noise, because the microphones catch anything, right? So they are very sensitive to noise, right? So avoid wearing strongly scented perfume or aftershave. It's a very small space, so be mindful of your partner or your colleague. Agree on preferred seating and lighting arrangement with your colleague, right? So if you want to sit on this or that because maybe you see better, whatever. So um, you can agree on that with your partner. We continue during the event. We continue with the booth etiquette. So again, agree with your colleague how you will share the work. Yes, who will start and when uh, you will, and then when you will hand over, right? So who will start interpreting? You talk with your partner and you decide who's going to start, and then after 30 minutes we change, after 20 minutes we change. So simultaneous interpretation, it's done always in partners, always. So that's those are the international norms for interpreters. So you always work with a partner. So handover means when we're going to change, right? So you agree that with your colleague and you talk and you say, okay, we're going to change after 30 or after 20 minutes. There's a cue and then you change, right? Then while the other person is working, of course, keep quiet when not working. So microphones pick up all background noise. So don't shuffle papers. Be careful when pouring water, and don't eat or make distracting noises. Yes, that is very important. So bring a water bottle and something that you don't have to be pouring. There is equipment that is expensive. Be careful with that. Um, if you're going to eat, don't bring a bag of chips. That's going to make a lot of noise. And be eating that while your partner is interpreting, right? Maybe a banana, but that's also smelly. I don't know, something, maybe something that is not going to cause, it's not going to be smelly or make noise, right? Um, Normally, you don't eat in the booth, but I mean, if you feel bad or something, you need, a pick me up, something. Maybe you're feeling dizzy or you need some energy because this is it's a work that is um, it's work that is a lot of work with your brain and is draining for your brain. So sometimes you need maybe some nuts to keep you awake. So that's a good idea, but don't bring them in a bag that's going to make noise. Okay. Then use your cough button for brief interruptions rather than switching your mic on and off, because there is some kind of sound when you turn on or and off your microphone. So there is a button that you press in order to, that's called a cough button. If you need to cough or sneeze or something's going on, you just press that instead of turning off and on your microphone. Then be prepared to help your colleague, of course, but not intrusively. Don't be whispering words and things like that, right? So it's clear if someone needs help when the person needs to find a document or a term, right? So maybe do it in your laptop, show it to your partner, but don't be intrusive, okay? Don't be whispering, because we talked about the microphones, right? Um, be mindful of that. You won't, and the person is concentrated, so um, that can be disruptive. Also, keep documents neat and orderly. In the image, you can see an example. We have some post-its uh, there in the booth to help with vocabulary, right? So the space is very, very small, so you cannot take many documents with you, at least in the type of booths that we work here in Paraguay. In other environments, this is different. You have a bigger space. And lastly, if you have a question about the organization of the meeting, or if you require a document, always ask for PowerPoint presentations in advance. Um, if there's going to be a speech, if you can have that in advance, that's perfect. That's amazing, because people tend to read very fast. So it's great if you have that in advance. So if you have any questions, so make sure that you channel your request through the team leader, the organizer of the event, right? So the source, you have it there, and I can share this PowerPoint with you afterwards if you want that. So this is some things that we need to take into consideration during the event, right? And then after the event, what do we do afterwards? So during an event, you're not allowed to record the event, but what you could do is just record your interpretation, maybe with your phone. Sometimes, maybe for a few minutes, you might want to record your performance so you can check and review your performance afterwards, listen to it, see if you were able, if there were some mistakes, some things that you can improve, right? So that's something that you can do, but do not record um, the whole meeting because, of course, that's not allowed. Um, Prepare a client portfolio. That is something that is going to be helpful for your business. So I have worked with company A, B, C, and you can make you can prepare a document where you say, okay, this company that I work with, they are very organized, and you worked well with them. Um, Payment was um, very easy. It was fast. If, for example, you they will pay you in 30 days, or they pay you right away at the end of the event. So like make a rating of your clients, and then also you're going to know which clients you might not accept next time. Um, that's good for you. And then also something else that you can do after the event is send a feedback sheet to your client to know what they thought about the service you provided, of course. So that's something that you can implement after you have finished with the event, right? So send a feedback sheet where they are going to say what they thought about your performance of your partner, and whatever other things you want to include, if you were on time, and whatever you need to include in that feedback sheet, you can include. Um, right. So So that's what I would like to say, or those are some of the good practices on in-person simultaneous interpretation. Okay. Um, Now I'm going to talk about remote, right? That's what we have been doing a lot during the pandemic. Nowadays, we still do it. But since we have gone back to in person, we have had more assignments, right? But we still do remote. Maybe if you work for companies abroad, then you're going to be doing remote interpretation. And again, I'm going to talk about some of the things that you need to do before and during and after an assignment. Okay, so there are some things added to this. Right. So before you go to, I mean, before the meeting starts, your online meeting, right, or conference, it is really important that you check your equipment, right? So either your computer or your laptop. I'm going to talk a little bit more about equipment in the next slides. So computer or laptop, check that everything's okay. Your internet connection should be perfect. Um, your headset, it's funny, but I just had a problem right now before this, before my presentation started with my headset, and I had to find another one. So it's important to have one, if there is an emergency, if the other one breaks or something. So have another one just in case. And so power supply, Paraguay, we normally have energy power cuts. So what can we do if we are working with a computer, desktop computer? We need to have a UPS, for example, right? Um, so we need to think about that in advance. If we're going to work all day, we need to think about that. And I mentioned a second device because if we're working on Zoom and you're not working with your partner in the same room, in the same house or building, you're going to need, if you're working on Zoom, you're going to need a second device where you can either talk or see your partner in order to do the handover, right? So you to change turns, let's say, to do the handover, you're going to need to see your partner or listen to your partner. If your partner needs help or you need help, then that's the way you communicate with your partner. So you need your phone with WhatsApp, or if you have a tablet or second device, right? So something else you need to do, eliminate background noise and interference. So of course, work indoors in a room with closed door and windows to avoid extraneous noise. Um, if you can soundproof in some way the place where you're going to work, then that will be perfect. But if not, just be mindful of, closing doors, not having your dog barking in the background, etc. Check the link to connect to the meeting, right? Make sure that you have that in advance. Conduct a tech check and trial run, right? So one day in advance, or sometimes the organizer asks you for um, for a check, right? For a tech check in advance. And also that day, they will ask you to connect to the meeting in advance. So you can see the presenters, check that everything's working, the system is working, your internet, right? So either you're going to do that 1 or 2 days in advance, and then also the day of the meeting, if they couldn't do it days in advance, you will have to connect maybe 1 hour in advance. So think about that as well when you are sending your quotation to the client. Yes, so you're probably going to have to be there an hour in advance or something like that. So be mindful of that. Um, what else? Agree with your colleague how you will share the work, who will start, and how you will do the handover. That's why I was mentioning your second device if you're working on Zoom. And if you're working on other platforms, they do have a handover system. However, it is important to talk to your partner. If you don't know your partner, I would suggest you to get his or her number and you can talk to her or him in advance. Um, of course, I've mentioned this, prepare your materials, glossaries, etc. Make sure you have a contract. And those are the things that I've mentioned before. But we have some other things, extra things that we need to take into consideration when we're doing remote simultaneous interpretation. Okay. Then, during the event, so in this picture, as you can see, I was doing it at home. Um, during the event, arrive on time to your meeting, right? So your online meeting, either 30 minutes or an hour before, it depends, but at least 30 minutes. Turn on your second device to listen to your partner, like I mentioned. Agree with your colleague how you will share the work, right? It is easier in remote if you already set up times, because since you're far away, then um, it is important maybe if you say, okay, every 20 minutes we're going to change. And then what I do with my partner, I normally have my phone with a WhatsApp call, a video call, and we can see each other. And when we're going to do the handover, we look at each other, we do something like this, and I can see when the person has stopped speaking, and then I can turn on my mic and continue, right? So it is important that you can see your partner. For me, at least, that's how I work. Everything that I'm telling you, it's from my experience. Yes, I'm not saying that this is the only way, but this is from my own experience. Again, of course, you need to keep quiet while the other person is working, or while the speaker is speaking. Sometimes when you're in a Zoom meeting, there it's a lot of things going on in the meeting. There's people talking on the chat, cameras turning on, etc. So just pay attention to your space, to your partner. Um, I'm going to tell you an anecdote, something that happened while we were interpreting. I lost my partner. There was a power shutdown in the city. Well, not in my city, in my partner's city. So uh, I was looking at him while he was interpreting, and then when I noticed that that happened, and I had to continue. Something that can also happen is you have internet problems, right? So so pay attention to that. Pay attention to your partner, so you can help. That's the idea. That's why you're there. And also something I want to stress a lot in remote interpreting um, is that you get tired way faster than when you work in person, because you have a lot of things to pay attention to, um, and it is harder sometimes not seeing the speaker. There are internet problems, so it's more stressful, and there are papers written on this topic nowadays. So 20 minutes, it's important that you change every 20 minutes, even less sometimes, depending on the topic. If it's too dense as well, you sometimes have to change to do the handover faster. Yes. And then again, I mentioned some of the things that I've mentioned for in person. Use your cough button. And of course, like I said, be prepared to help your colleague. So just pay attention to the other person, even though you're not in the same room. Um, you need to pay attention to your partner. And finally, again, after the event, again, I said the same things. Send a feedback sheet to your client, prepare a portfolio, and review your performance. You're at home. Sometimes it might be easier to record your performance. If you have another phone or a recorder, you can record your performance. Right. So everything will be great if we have the correct equipment. So just so I made this comparison so that you can realize and you see the things that we need when we're going to do it in person and when we're going to do it remotely. So the equipment we need for in-person interpretation will be a soundproof booth, of course, portable transmitter for smaller events, like I mentioned, right? For tour guides or mobile interpreting, lightweight earphones, noise canceling, high quality headphones, of course, portable wireless receivers available for mobile use, and on-site equipment technician. So all of that is part of the people who are the technicians and who will provide the booth and all the equipment. So the interpreter doesn't really have to worry about that. Yes. So you just arrive to your event if you're not providing, of course, those, but you're not the technician, right? So you arrive and you do your job, you interpret. However, when you're doing it at home, this is more complicated. So normally the client will choose what kind of platform they're going to use. Like I mentioned, it can be Zoom. Zoom is not an interpreting platform per se. The um, they have this possibility, but it's not made for interpreting only, right? Of course, we have meetings and stuff, right? So Interpretify, Kudo, and other platforms, they are made for interpreters, right? But the client is going to choose the one they need, or the platform that they want, right? or the one that they can afford. Um, so if you're going to work on Zoom, you need to practice in advance how does the interpretation works on Zoom. For Interprefy, Kudo, and others, you're going to have a training in advance um, to learn how their system works, right? So that's number one. Number two, there are requirements for your either laptop or desktop computer. You need to have Windows 10 or later. If you have a Mac, there you have the details. Your web browser should be Google Chrome, um, the version 34 or later. You can use Firefox, Internet Explorer if it's the 8th version, and so on. Your internet connection should be of 100 um, or better, right? So you need to have a broadband. The hardware that you need to have in your computer should be of 8 gigas of RAM or higher. Yes, that's the minimum. Something that is crucial is to connect via Ethernet wire to the internet. Do not use Wi-Fi because the Wi-Fi is not stable, right? So that is really, really important. So as I mentioned, your computer must have a constant power supply. If it's a laptop, of course, you need a working battery and your charger. If you're at home, of course, you're going to have your charger. And if you have a desktop computer, then you might need to think of having a UPS because of the things that I've mentioned before. Um, and of course, you need a wired headset, yes, with noise canceling system, acoustic sound protection, and that is comfortable to your ears. You're going to be using it probably for a long extended periods of time, so it has to be comfortable. Um, I have put the sources and where you can find information on which one is the best headset to use and other technical requirements that if you're going to do remote interpreting, you need to take into consideration. So look at how many things um, you need to take into consideration when you're going to do it remotely, whereas in person you practically prepare yourself and go and interpret, right? So all of these are very important requirements, yes? So this is the technical part. And something I mentioned at the beginning is that we need to educate our clients. So here, the market here in Paraguay is quite small, um, but sometimes clients don't know um, how the work is done, right? So what does the interpreter do? They don't really understand completely. So it is our job to explain to them. So that's why I wrote communication is key. Yeah. So communicating with your client, communicating what you need and what they need. So for remote interpretation, it is really, really important that you communicate what you need in order for your job to be done in the best way possible, right? So the equipment requirements, what does your client need when you're doing remote interpretation? What do they need to have so you can perform your job in the best way, right? Um, and clarify the roles. While you are in person, for example, this has happened to me and my partner many times. We're at the booth and there's a problem with a microphone or with the PowerPoint presentation is not showing, the video is not playing, the sound is not playing, and the person comes to us and they're like, this is not working, and we're like, it's not with us, we're not the technicians, so they need to talk to the technicians. So we need to clarify in advance the roles. We are the interpreters, technicians who work with the sound, um, is them. So um, it is important that we tell that to our client, okay? um, and what I was saying about equipment requirements for our clients, I'm going to show you. This is from the European Commission interpretation. Um, they have posted this for meetings and conferences with interpretation. for the work to be done in the best way possible, right? So of course we need a good connection. Of course the speakers as well, they need a good connection. And know your turn, it says there, know your turn when you're going to speak, and that's for the speakers when they have to turn on their cameras and speak and turn on their microphones, right? um, so again, for the client, choose the right room, right, for your call. Avoid large, sparsely furnished rooms as they can create an echo effect. So all of these tips are for our client. Yes. Um, Make it your own. Speak naturally. Avoid reading out. So this is really important that we show our clients. So again, this is about educating our clients what they need to take into consideration when they're working with interpreters remotely. Um, the right equipment. We've had problems with speakers using the wrong equipment. Um, these headsets with the incorporated mic are really, really useful, and I hope you can hear me clearly. Um, Also, I'm going to show you right now the recommended equipment that the European Commission, they recommend this type of equipment for speakers. So not only interpreters need to have good equipment while doing virtual meetings, as well our speakers, right? So here you can see the type of microphones that they suggest and also a headset. What they don't recommend, the laptop inbuilt microphone, the sound is really bad, so try to avoid that. Omnidirectional microphones, the ones that you normally see at meeting rooms, that they're in the middle of in the center of the table, they pick up a lot of noise from the environment. So those kind of microphones, they don't work. Um, Here you can see this type of earphones that you use for the phone, the wireless Bluetooth as well. They're not the best. Yes, for best sound quality that the interpreter can listen to the person who's speaking with the best quality. Since we're not in the same building, right, in the same space, we need to be able to listen to the person in the best way possible. I'm going to leave this with Professor Christoffel if this is online as well, but if you need this, and or you can create yours and share it with your client, that'll be great as well. And this is just a table to show you. Here we have, hello? Someone has their mic on.
That will be me. Sorry.
Oh, is it time?
No. You still have 3 minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes. Perfect. Great. Right on time. So in this comparison table, I just wanted to show you that here you have the platforms for remote simultaneous interpretation. We have Kudo, Interpretify, Voiceboxer, etc. And here in the last column, we have Zoom. And I just wanted to highlight this part. Everything here where when you're doing relay, which means that you're picking the interpretation of another language. Let's say you're only doing English into Spanish, right? So the speaker is speaking Portuguese. So you need to get the sound from the English booth so you can interpret into Spanish. So that's relay. So that's possible with all other platforms except for Zoom. So for Zoom, you are going to need another device to work and do that. To do the handover as well. With Kudo, Interpretify, and so on, you can, there is a system that they have in place that you can let your partner know when you're going to do the handover. However, these last three, of course, Zoom doesn't allow that. And the ability to listen the floor and your partner simultaneously, Zoom doesn't have that possibility. So of course, most meetings are on Zoom. Yes, it is very helpful. However, there are other platforms that can be used for interpretation. And lastly, I wanted to share this very short reel on Instagram. I don't know if that will be possible. Professor Cristobal, will that be possible
Go ahead,
if
Professor.
if I
Go
do
ahead.
that? Let me see. I'm just going to stop sharing. See if this will work for a second. And give me just one. Okay. I think I got it. Yes. If I play the sound from this video, can you hear it?
Let's check it. We cannot hear anything yet.
Okay. Nothing?
No.
No, okay. I don't know where would that be? But anyways, this was just a funny reel that I thought would be it will be a funny way to show you how when you start interpreting while doing remotely, at the beginning, of course, your mind is clear, you can do it super fast, no errors. However, after 30 minutes of interpreting, everything starts to slow down and you need to take a break. So fatigue while doing Zoom or doing remote interpretation is really strong in while doing it remotely. Okay, so that's what I wanted to mention. And let me see. Can you see my screen again or my PowerPoint?
No, we can see the Instagram.
The Instagram. Okay, let me how do I, because I put hide. Okay, hold on. Oh, here it is. Okay, where is it? Here. Okay, here we go. Okay, just one last slide and I'm going to be done. All right, so this is my last slide. Just wanted to thank you all for being here. Here you have all of my contact. The information of my company is Verbatim. Jose Figueredo is my colleague. He's going to be presenting next on translation, a topic on translation. So I hope this was helpful. And if you have any questions, I'm open to questions. Thank you so much for the invitation, Professor Cristoful and Professor Valentina.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation, Anna. It's great to have you. Lots of people in our live stream appreciate all of the tools, resources, ideas, tips that you have shared with us today. I understand that we are also going to share your PowerPoint so that people can go over some of the tips as you mentioned. I would also like to say hello to the people from Caguazú, San Pedro, Itapúa, Uyau, Hernandarias, Tuparenda, Casapa. So lots and lots of people from different places.
Santa Nilau also, Professor. Santa Nilau.
And they are all saying hello and thank you as well. So it's great that they are joining us and that you're also joining us today, Anna. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Elena. It was a pleasure.
All right, wonderful. So we're getting ready. As I mentioned to you earlier, Thank you, Marta, for keeping track of all the great people who are joining us. I mentioned earlier that we were going to do a raffle, remember? While we do that, while we're getting ready, as Ana mentioned, we are going to have Josefina later, and we also have Jasmine Benitez. And and we're also going to welcome Lujan Recalde in a minute. So I'd like to do the raffle right now. The people who participated in the chat box that said hello, that told us where you're from, or that just commented on these awesome presentations are already participating. And we're raffling now two memberships, two Paradiso memberships that are valid for a year. Okay, so let's see. Going to spin. There you go. Let's see who the first winner is while the next team is getting ready to present. Okay, let's see. Sonia Cabrera, hello and welcome to Paratiso. You're going to be contacted by our social media team in the next couple of days, and you're going to get your membership number, and you're also going to be part of our distribution list so that whenever there is something new, you will be able to participate as well, either in person or online. So welcome to Party. So it's great to have you here. Now we have one more membership to raffle. So let's see who the lucky winner is. Let's see. All right. Ana Almiron. There you go. She's our lucky winner as well. Ana, if I know that you are already a member, so that you can get one. Excuse me. I think that I heard somebody. Yeah. All right. So that we already have Ana. Thank you so much. So we have our two lucky winners. One second. Let me just organize all my devices here so that we have everything in place. Cool. All right. There you go. All right. So yeah, because I was checking the online. Okay. So thank you so much for all the people who participated. Okay. So that we have two lucky winners tonight. Okay. And before
Professor Nunez, Ana Almiron would like you to raffle it again.
Oh, thank you so much for letting me know, and thank you, Ana, for doing that. So let me get back to my wheel of names. Thank you, Ana. All right, so we are going to raffle this again because Ana is already a member. All right, and she's been with us for a couple of years already. So thank you, Ana, and let's see who the next winner is. Let's see. Elba Recalde. So Elba Recalde, welcome to Paratiso. Thank you for commenting and participating. As I mentioned earlier, what we are going to do, our social media team, the Paratiso social media team, is going to contact you in the next couple of days. And just to make sure that we have your email address so that we can add you to the database, and you stay tuned and connected to all the different activities that we are offering. And your membership is valid for 1 year, starting today until 365 days plus. Okay, so thank you so much for all of the people who have participated. Thank you, Ana, as well. And before we move on, I'd like to not only remind you about the Congreso de Lingüística Aplicada, which I have already mentioned to you earlier, but I would also like to invite you to go to our website in case you're interested in finding out more information about not only the English BA, La Licenciatura en Lengua Inglesa, but also if you're interested or you know someone who might benefit from this information, let them know invite them to visit our website to find out more about all the other careers that are offered at Instituto Superior de Lenguas, such as Licenciatura en Alemán, in Guarani, and in German as well. And German is Alemán, obviously. In French, in Portuguese, and I think I didn't forget it. All right, so Lujan, let me see. Well, before I say goodbye and welcome Lujan, I would like to say thank you to Marta for joining me, and
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Professor.
thank you. Hi, Lujan. Let me welcome Lujan, who's our next host. Let's see if.
Hi,
Hi, Lujan. Good.
how are you?
Doing good. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
All right. So now, everybody, I would like to welcome Lujan and say bye-bye. And I will follow the streaming from Facebook now. So I'm going to be leaving the meeting now, and Lujan will take over. Thank
So
you.
hi, bye, Professor. Hi, as the teacher said, I'm Lujan, and I hope you're having a nice evening. And as the professor was saying, we at the ISL we have bachelor in English, one in French. We also have translation courses. Is in case you want to just have a translation courses, you can please go check out our website so you can have more info there. Also, I would like to say that we don't only have academical stuff, we also have uh, fun at the ISL. So we also have San Juan Ara and Folklore Ara. So in case you want to join us in those dates, you're very welcome. So now we are going to welcome Jasmine Benitez. Jasmine Benitez is a translator and interpreter. She has a bachelor degree in English from the UNA and a master's in translation from the Millbury Institute of International Studies at Monterrey. And she's going to be talking about the translation landscape, how is translation done, and who are involved. Please, Jasmine, whenever you're ready.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I should start presenting and sharing my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
So in the meantime, I'd like to talk about where you can find us at the ISL. You can find we have an Instagram account. We also have a Facebook account in which you're already watching the symposium. We have the Instagram account, and we are as Instituto Superior de Lenguas PI, and also we have a YouTube channel in which you can then see the recording of the symposium, and it is Instituto Superior de Lenguas Paraguay. So in case you want to rewatch the symposium, you can find the video there.
Okay.
So whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you so much. And thanks for introducing my topic. And yes, my topic is about the translation landscape and how is translation done and who are involved. I'm going to try to summarize just broadly how the translation process works and who are the people involved and their responsibilities or roles in this process. And I chose a painting by George Seurat. It's called A Sunday Afternoon on the Island of La Granja. This painting uses a technique called pointillism, which consists of small dots. So this is like a metaphor for me of, of what I'm going to be explaining, because translation is made up of small details. And then with those small details, and you create a big picture or you have a whole text. And pointillism is also a mixture of science and art in a way, because it uses this shape like the dot to create something bigger. This is a quote from Eugene Naida. He says, in many respects, creative translating is like portrait painting and artistic musical performance. So, translation is an art because you need to have the skills, but it is also, in a way, a science because you need to know a language, you need to know um, parts of speech, you need to know how to use a language well, not just know a language, but how to use a language in a proper way. So, how is translation done? We're going to talk about the small details or the points or the dots in the picture, the small details. And first, I would like to explain some basic notions. First, a language. A language is the language you have as your native language. In my case, that would be Spanish because I was born and raised in a Spanish speaking country. So that would be my A language. You translate usually into your A language. And that's what I normally do, or most of the time, my job is to translate into Spanish. My B language is a near native language, or or yeah, almost native. But since I was not born in an English speaking country and I don't have the whole cultural background that entails, it's called my B language. That would be English. So I translate from English into Spanish. I can also translate from my A into my B, but that is less common. More for the Paraguayan market, that would be because there are not many native English speakers here. But for the international market, I would translate into my A language, which is Spanish. Then we have the source text. The source text is the text that is you translate from the original. The target text is the text you translate or your translation, the final product of translation. ES is a code for Spanish and EN is a code for English. So translation is a process whereby you have a text in in a human language and you transfer the meaning, style, and information into another human language. For example, from English into Spanish, and the product of that transfer needs to cause the same impact on the reader. So a text in English has a specific purpose in English, and that purpose needs to be kept in your translation into Spanish in this case. Okay, so I'm going to share a little bit about the concept Eugene Naida proposed. There are many theorists in translation. This is just one of them and one of the theories and one of the names of that the translation process can be given and was proposed by Eugene Naida, but there are others, of course. And one of the concepts is formal equivalence, which focuses attention in the message on both form and content. Formal equivalence would be a translation that is closer to the source text or the original language. In my case, it would be closer to English if I translate from English into Spanish. But since a translation is a continuum, there is no one-to-one correspondence between one language and another language. There is no exact translation in a way. There is a continuum, and from formal equivalence, you go to what Eugene Naida proposed as dynamic equivalence, which is the other extreme of the continuum. This concept of dynamic equivalence aims at complete naturalness of expression and tries to relate the receptor to modes of behavior relevant within the context of his own culture. So that means I would take the text and make it closer to my target audience or my target culture. In this case, the translation will be more natural in Spanish and a little bit further apart from English, or it would separate a little bit more from English, and it would sound like really natural in Spanish. That would be the other extreme. So it can sound closer to English or it can sound closer to Spanish. Of course, there is a middle ground, and you can make it uh, depending on the type of text. You can be more in the middle or more towards formal equivalence or dynamic equivalence. But that would depend on the type of text, the audience, the purpose, and many other things. Okay, so what these two ideas imply is that it is impossible to translate in a vacuum. We always need context. There is a popular saying or a joke in the translation field, in which translators say that they studied, I don't know, maybe 4 or 6 years. And when people ask them, how do you translate this? They would just answer, it depends on the context. So the answer will always be, it depends on the context, because there is no one-to-one correspondence between one language and the other. So we always need context for translation. Okay, so apart from context, we need to factor in several variables. And as translation is a process, some institutions and also companies have different stages in this process, depending on their needs. This is one example of a translation process from a specific company. They receive the document and analyze the document. They distribute or allot resources. They share the deadline with the client, discuss terminology with the client and also the translator. They both need to know the deadline. Discuss terminology. Then they actually translate the text. Then you have the process of proofreading and quality assurance. And finally, you format the document and you deliver it to the client. This is another example. The customer shares or asks for the translation. Then there is a project analysis. They analyze what they need for the translation, what types of resources, who are going to be the translators, and so on. They offer and lead time. They tell the client how long that's going to take. And then they do research, editing and proofreading, formative, and then submission and invoicing. This is all part of the translation process. This is another example. There is a request for quote, file analysis. If there is an IT team and you need to convert files for translation that are not editable, you see if you have a translation memory, if you work with CAT tools or computer-assisted translation. You build a style guide and glossaries. Then you select a translator depending on his or her expertise. You start the translation work. Then you always review and revise. You do the formatting, quality control, and then you deliver the product or the translated documents. And as you can see, the processes are more or less similar. You receive a file, you receive a request, you analyze what you need, then you start creating glossaries or style guides, then you give it to the translator, then you start translation. There's always revising and editing and formatting, and then is the delivery. That is the last stage. People usually don't know this. Usually clients don't know everything that is needed to actually carry out the translation process, or to they don't know what went through um, from the time they delivered a document or a text and when they receive it. Sometimes companies or institutions share their process, but sometimes clients are not interested. They just want the translation and that's it. They don't want to know anything else about it. But there is a whole process. If you are freelance translator, you still do the process, but there is just one person who does everything. So you do the file analysis, you edit the files, you create your glossaries, you have to study for a specific topic. You translate, then you revise your own translation, you do the formatting, you do the quality control, and then uh, you share with your client or you contact your client again, you do the invoicing. So you are pretty much a company yourself. But if the company is larger, then you have different teams or different people in charge of each specific area. Yes, you have different types of translations for you have legal translation, financial translation, scientific translation, medical translation, and each would have a different process according to the needs of that specific area of expertise. And you would select your translator according to the the knowledge the translator has in that specific area. Or companies usually do that. And since there are different areas, I will also share with you two examples of different translations or different translation needs according to the texts that are being translated. So if you have a literary text or similar texts, you won't have just one translation for that specific text, because you have like freedom to say things in different ways, especially in literary texts. You can say the same thing using different words and transmit or communicate the same idea using synonyms, or changing the order of words, or changing the order of sentences, or putting something before in the translation that appears later in the source text, and so on. And you have different translation techniques. I'm not going to talk about translation techniques at this time, but there are different translation techniques that can be used to make the reader experience the same as the reader in the source text. And this is a translation of Me alquilo para soñar, which is a story by Gabriel Garcia Marquez. And you have here you have the phrase or the sentence. These are all phrases, and how different translators used different techniques or translated in different ways, but still the message is the same, the ideas are the same, and the audience will experience the same, will have the same feeling when they read it in their own native language, which is English. This is from Spanish into English. And you can see that you can be very creative with the use of words and metaphors and idioms when you deal with literary text. Now, let's see another example where you cannot be so creative or you don't have as much freedom, which are legal texts. And this is an example of how you make decisions when you translate legal texts. Legal texts are very difficult in many ways, but this is a way of dealing with the difficulties you can find in a text that is so specific to a country or so specific to a law that may not exist in another country, for instance. So you need to solve different types of problems, and these would be the problems that you have, um, that you can encounter. Formal aspects like typography, which is important in a legal text, unlike in other texts where it doesn't matter what type of typography you use, there is no requirement. But in legal text, sometimes there is a requirement for a specific type of typography. You have semantic structure, microtextual syntax, terminology. Terminology is, you can sometimes find the same concept in the target system of the target language, and sometimes there is no similar concept in the target system. You have phrases that are similar or equivalent in the target system, and you have phrases that are not equivalent or that you can't find an equivalent because it doesn't exist. And then you have foreignizing and domesticating. And this is another way of calling the extremes in a continuum, in a translation continuum. NIDA call it a formal and dynamic equivalence, and this is another way of calling it. So foreignizing would be formal equivalence, and domesticating would be more closer to dynamic equivalence or closer to the target culture. So if you have formal aspects in a legal text, you foreignize it, meaning that you keep it more similar to your source text, to your source culture, the culture of origin of the text. The semantic structure, you keep it similar to the source culture. If you have terminology that does not exist in the target culture, you would keep it like in the source culture, or let's just put a name. So if I translate from English into Spanish, if I have terminology in English that doesn't exist in Spanish in our legal system, then I would keep it more similar to English. I would try to use maybe cognates that work, that don't make sense here, but the person reading will understand that uh, concept does not exist, so that he or she is reading something foreign that would have to do more research to understand. And if you have phrases that do not exist in Spanish, then you will keep the phrases more similar to English, and the text will be a little bit weird in Spanish, but that is the way you deal with legal text. And the person knows that, oh, this is something that does not exist in Spanish, so I have to try to understand how the legal system in the US works to understand, taking the US as an example, or the UK if you wish, but how it works in the country of origin. And then domesticating, if you have a concept that already exists in Spanish, if you have a phrase that already exists in Spanish and it works because it is an equivalent, it means the same pretty much, then you keep it like we use it in Spanish. So that would be another approach for a different type of texts, in translation. Okay, so these are some functional questions to ask when you translate. How do you make decisions? First of all, you need to know what are your source and your target texts, or your languages. What dialectal variations are involved? If you translate for Spanish in Paraguay, you would use different words maybe, or different phrases than you would for Spanish in Argentina, or Spanish in Spain, or Spanish in Mexico. Of course, always depending on the type of text. But you need to always take into account what are the dialectal variations. The UK, Australia, the US have different dialectal variations, although they are all English. So, first of all, you need to take into account what are the languages involved to be able to make decisions and understand what a phrase means, for example. Who is the translation intended for? Who is going to read? Who is the audience? What purpose will the translation serve? Why are you translating this text? Is it for just because someone wants to know? Is it a binding document? Is it entertainment? Is it educational? And according to that, you will make different decisions in your word choices, in the style, in the level of formality that you choose in your writing. And in what format will the translation be presented? Will it be written? Will it be audiovisual? Will it be a speech that is going to be given orally? And we all need to take into account different aspects to be able to write a word. So when a translator says it depends on the context, it's also saying it depends on many, many things. So it's almost always impossible to just give a translation in a vacuum without any context or without taking into account these different questions. And then you have this. I have this quote from Christian Nord. She says that the functionality principle, meaning these functional questions that you ask, have a limit. What are the limits? What are the limits of your freedom when you translate? Functionality principle must be complemented by the loyalty principle, which says that the acceptability of translation purposes is limited by the translator's responsibility to all her or his partners in the cooperative activity of translation. That means that your frame is always being loyal to the source text, not saying something that the source text does not say, or not giving it a meaning or an intention that the source text did not have. That is the limit. In you can ask functional questions and try to adjust your translation to that, but you have also the loyalty principle that gives you a frame, a parameter, a limit when you choose or you make choices when you translate any type of text. So you always need to be loyal to the source text or to the idea, the concept that is presented in the source text. Okay, so that's about it regarding what is translation. Now I will talk briefly about who are involved in translation. And now we're going to talk about the people involved. Who are the stakeholders, or um, who are involved? What are their roles? You have a client, sometimes you have a manager, you have people in IT that prepare the file or the hardware or the software necessary for translation. People who are experts in DTP, people who just proofread, people who just translate, and people who take care of quality assurance. And they all have specific roles that are not overlapped. And as I mentioned before, if you are a freelancer, then you do everything by yourself. Ideally, there will be different people, but if you're a freelancer, you do everything in different stages, maybe in different days. You take your time to do it. If you work as a freelancer for a company, you still have co-workers that will take these roles and maybe exchange roles to be able to complete all the translation process. This is another example with the customer. You have project coordinators, translators, subject matter experts, sometimes if they are financial, legal documents, IT documents. You will need sometimes subject matter experts to consult with. People who are in charge of preparing the files, preparing the, again, the software, the translator, proofreader, sometimes someone who knows about formatting, quality assurance. This is another example. You have reviewers, developers, translators, managers. There are different people in a translation company, or maybe an institution like the UN or the European Union. There will be people with different roles, but they are all involved in the translation process. So it's not just one person. Okay, and to explain a little bit more what the translator does, I'm going to present how the translator works, or what are his or her roles. You would think that a translator looks like this sometimes, but this is not an accurate picture. Translators don't look like this very often. More often, we look like this because we need to solve many problems. Of course, it's fun if you like your job. It's always challenging, but it can also be demanding and very tiring, especially for your mind, because you're always sitting down and not moving your body, but your mind is exhausted after several hours of translating. And translators also look like this. You have your computer, wide screen, you have water, you have food sometimes. Maybe a keyboard is missing here because we don't usually work from the laptop, but it's better to use a keyboard and a separate mouse to not have injuries in your hands after long hours of typing. And so this is a more accurate depiction of a translator. These are some of the roles or responsibilities of a translator: to produce high quality, effective written translations, revise to publication quality their own translators, and constructively edit those of others. So you always need to be able to revise your own translation and be able to provide a translation that has the quality ready for publication. So even though you don't have a whole team of reviewers, proofreaders, editors, quality assurance team, you still need to be able to do that all by yourself and present a final work that it doesn't matter if you don't have a whole team. And that's why translators can take different roles in the process. So you also need to be able to edit the translations of others. You need to be able to utilize and leverage established and emerging translation technologies. So you need to be able to use computer-assisted translation and different types of use, like terminology software and also editing software or maybe software. Even if that's not what I studied for, you may think I didn't study to format a Word document. But still, if you are a freelancer, you need to be able to know how to do it, to have a translation that is ready for your customer. Establish channels of communication to collaborate with different cultures, languages, norms, expectations, different companies, different institutions. Different clients have different expectations. You need to be able to adjust to each situation. You need to be able to negotiate with clients and be ready to quote, budget, and invoice a translation project. So there is someone else going to be presenting about quoting. That is something the translator also needs to be able to know how to do. Okay, the next. Okay, so that's more or less a summary of what a translator does in the role of translator. A translation project manager is someone who takes care of translation projects or the whole translation process, the entire life cycle of a translation project. So they are in charge of all the people involved in a translation project. They coordinate the phases of the project. They make sure that everyone knows what they have to do, what are their deadlines, monitor um, how people advance in in their responsibilities. They monitor and control the status of the project, how far has it been completed. They have to prepare and maintain documentation, and these are some skills that they need to do. A translation project manager sometimes is not a translator, or usually is not a translator, but they also know how to translate, or they also know how translation works or entails. They need to be able to communicate in at least one more language apart from English. And ideally, they would have more than two languages if they work with several languages, but if not, at least one more language apart from English or their native language. They have to have a training in project management. They need to be able to meet deadlines, solve problems, be independent, work under pressure. This is a summary of the position in a company called TransPerfect. And then um, I have let me show you a web page that has a link to a web page from a company that has different project managers for different languages. So this would the projects in the French language. So she would need to speak French and English. Then we have someone in the German in the German language, the team leader or the project manager in German. Maybe probably she is from Germany. A Japanese project manager, another Japanese project manager, and then you would have what does a project manager do? Manage translation projects, deliver high quality results, and these are the skill sets that they posted that they need to have. And there is specific training for project managers that translators don't usually have. They have a different type of education, let's say, in at the university level. So that would be about project managers. Then we have a terminologist. A terminologist is someone who creates glossaries or dictionaries or um, term bases, and they can do this manually, or they can do this with software to extract terms from a text that works with artificial intelligence, for example. And the software selects the terms and identifies what could be terms in a text. Obviously, not all words are terms, and not all and in each type of document may have words that are terms in a document but are not terms in another document, or are terms in a specific field but are not terms in another field of knowledge. So what is a term is another field of study, and terminologists usually have education on how to identify terms and how to extract terms to be able to help translators in their translation process. So for a terminologist would work before or at the same time as the translator does. So the translator will have the glossary or the term base before he or she starts the translation, ideally. And if not, they will be working together in the process, and the terminologist is the one who is going to set the equivalents for the terms, and the translator is just going to apply those equivalents in his or her translation. That would be the role of a terminologist specifically. These are task descriptions and for a terminologist at the European Union. So there are many things that this person needs to be able to do and to know, that is not the same as just being able to translate. It is a specific skill set. You have technical skills, soft skills. This would be a summary of a terminologist. Then we have an editor that is also part of the translation process. The editor needs to check the flow and overall quality of the writing, needs to be able to check for form, context, factual integrity, and the editor has the power to improve the readability of the document created by the translator. The editor can make substantial changes to a translation. So it would be the final word, so to speak, of a document. The editor has the last say in a translation. They can check for mistakes, inconsistencies, if the translator used the terminology selected by the terminologist. For example, the editor can check that and make changes if the translator didn't follow the terminology. The editor can rewrite whole paragraphs and change the style of the translation if he or she sees fit. And these are this is what a document, an edited document looks like, that went through an editor. Let's say this is a translation and it went through the process of editing, and the editor left comments or changes for the translator to understand what he or she did. Sometimes the editor sends the translation back to the translator replies and sends the translation back to the editor, and then so there is communication also. Sometimes there is no communication and the editor needs to be able to change the document without letting the translator know. It depends on the company or the institution. And then we have the proofreader, reviewer, copy editor, which is pretty much the same task with different names, but they do the same thing. A proofreader would be someone who corrects or proofreads a printed document. And the same task in a software or in a Word document would be copy editor. And the copy editor or proofreader can check for grammatical mistakes and for spelling mistakes or inconsistencies. Also error, omission, or repetition in the translator. But the copy editor or proofreader cannot make substantial changes to a translation. What does the proofreader do? These are some examples of the tasks from a translation company as well. And these are some marks left by a proofreader. And it's not the same as an editor, although the roles can be combined sometimes, But if you divide the roles, the editor would change, would make substantial changes, and the copy editor or proofreader will just correct grammar, spelling, typos, and so on. So they would not be substantial changes. Finally, there is the post editor. The post editor is someone who corrects machine translation, not human translation. I don't know why they put this name to this role. It is an editor and a proofreader sometimes, all combined, but who corrects translations made by software, not by humans. So post editing is the process of editing an automatic translation. And if you have a translation software and you have a machine that can translate documents using other data or documents already existing in a database, then the translator will correct that to make it sound more human, because as you know, what is translated by a machine does not sound good at all. So if you want to correct that, that is the job of the post editor. You can have light post editing and you can have full post editing. Light post editing would be just making as few edits as possible, as few changes as possible, just to make it sound a little bit good, and so the reader can understand the general idea, not necessarily make it sound elegant. And then you have full post editing, in which you correct everything that can be corrected, and you make the machine translation sound like a human translation, a full human translation. And those are different levels of post editing. And hopefully you don't end up with translations like this. These are, I hope, not human translations, but machine translations. And the job of the post editor is to avoid machine translations that end up like this, or that don't make sense at all, or don't communicate the same message at all. And those are my sources and images. And if you have any questions, you are welcome to ask. Let me close this. Stop sharing. I don't know if you have any questions. If you don't, we can finish the presentation. I don't know. I'm not hearing.
They're not. Now you
Yes,
hear?
yes.
So they are not. So in Paraguay, are there companies to train for these kind of jobs?
I don't think there are companies in Paraguay that would train you for these roles. Usually there are very small companies, or the companies that we have here in Paraguay are very small and they don't have these different roles. But you can read the information from companies abroad or institutions that deal with different languages, like the European Union or the United Nations. You can read the descriptions. You can also, there are YouTube channels and there are courses that you can take, but they are from other countries. You can take online courses or you can travel abroad, but there are no courses here in Paraguay for these specific roles in the translation process. Um, some courses are affordable and some courses are very expensive. It's a matter of doing research and trying to find what suits you best. But I hope this gave you a general idea how translation works in general, or when you go to study translation, what are you going to study? Because at the university, we take different roles in our classes. We also do internships and we work with companies who have these different stages in their translation process, because there are, as you know, multinational companies that have their products in many languages. So they need these different processes to be implemented to assure the quality of their translations. So in other countries, it's pretty common. Since we don't have a huge translation market here, it's not so common, but in other countries it is. And that's why I wanted to share so that you broaden your ideas or horizons in translation and the things that you can do if you study translation.
So yeah, thank you very much for answering. We don't have any more questions, but we do have people saying that it was an excellent presentation and
Okay.
that your presentation was very clear and interesting. Interesting. So yeah, indeed, really, it was amazing.
Oh, thank you so much. I will share my PowerPoint and my PDF with Professor Christoffel so that you can have access to it if you want to see it later.
Okay, yeah, that will be great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, now, I just want to let you know or remind you that there's going to be a form to for the certificates, and you need to fill this evaluation form to get a certificate. So please fill this form when the symposium finishes. So, do you want to say something else before we move on to the next topic?
That's it. Thank you so much for inviting me and for having me today. And I hope this was helpful and interesting for everyone. That's it. Bye bye.
Thank you very much. Bye bye. So now we are having Jose Figueredo, and the next presentation is about how to quote for document translation projects. So I want to introduce him a little bit. Um, Jose Figueredo has a bachelor's degree in English from Instituto Superior de Lenguas from the National University of Asunción. He is a freelance translator and interpreter, registered by the Supreme Court of Justice as a public translator since uh, 2011. So please, whenever you're ready, you can share your screen if you want.
Hello, Lujan. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining me. I don't know how many people are there. Yeah, yes, my name is Jose Figueredo. I'm like what Lujan said, basically interpreter, translator, a freelancer for many years now. And yes, I went to the ISL. I went to school. I studied some translation in the ISL because it's not the entire program, as you know. But I have engaged in translation and interpreting for 10, 11 years. And yes, today's topic, or my topic, the reason why I chose this topic, how to quote for document project, document translation projects, is because it's something that we don't usually talk about in school. Maybe they don't, sometimes they don't teach us this part. So we finish school, we got our diplomas, our degrees, and then we get our first jobs maybe, or maybe our first assignments as freelancers. But then we don't know how to quote. Like a very basic, the very first thing we should know probably when we finish school is how to quote for the job, for the work that we're going to be offering, that we're going to be doing. And I myself, I was also very let's say I lacked the confidence probably at the beginning too. But then it's something that you learn over time. And today I'm here in the hopes that I can share with you and everything that I have learned about this over the last 10 or more years from colleagues that are more experienced than myself, who have a lot more experience. So they have taught me how to do it. And now today I want to do it. I mean to share it with you. Let me share my presentation now. I think it's somewhere here. Give me a second. This is one of the very few times I'm using Meet. I usually use Zoom for my presentations and meetings. Wait a minute. Okay, no. I think I have to share my entire screen. Hold on a second. There. So I'm going to pull up my presentation. Give me a second. So you're seeing my presentation now, I hope. Let me know if you don't.
Yes, we can see it.
Great. So this is how to quote for a specific type of translation project, because like Jasmine, I was listening to her presentation. She talked about different types of translation projects. She mentioned software. You could have literature translation projects, software, audiovisual, where you do subtitling, voiceover, and so on. There are so many formats or so many types of translation projects. But today I wanted to focus on document translation, which is what I do the most, and what I also believe, like from what I hear, what people are also doing the most here in our market. So we're gonna go from the first contact with your client, because that's a really important part of the quoting process as well, because you're gonna get a lot of information you need from your contact with the client, to the preparing the actual quote, the actual document that you probably um, hand over to your customer, to your client. Okay, so first things first, then this is about document translation. It doesn't cover any other types of translation projects, because that will take hours and hours to cover. So we're going to be focusing on documents, like I said, not audiovisual, not software, not web, not terminology projects, like Jamin mentioned. There's another kind of project as well, involving different people with different skills, different training, and so on. Now, also, also what Jamin, I think, made a really brief and actually comprehensive introduction to the life cycle of translation projects. You know, it's a very complex process. It has many stages, and it has many participants involved, from the customer, from the translator, from the project manager, and to maybe the experts, technicians, let's say the people dealing with formatting, maybe with text publishing, and so on. So we're going to cover the first three parts, or the first typical parts or stages of a project in general, because I think those three are like we need to go through or over those three in order to get to the final product that we're looking for, which is the quote. So the first step then is first contacting your client. We all know this is the first step, probably. It's very obvious, but we not everybody knows what to ask or what to say, maybe what to tell the client, or what to ask the client when you first contact them. And this will provide, like I said before, with essential information that we're going to be using to prepare our quote later. So what do we need to know from the client? So a client approaches you, maybe in person, maybe by email, by WhatsApp. Most of my clients now text me through WhatsApp. They don't call anymore, I think. They don't email anymore. Very few do. most of them get your cell phone number and they send you a WhatsApp message. They WhatsApp you. That's the way we're doing business now. So great. So you receive this first contact. They're asking something from you, right? They say they have this one single document, or they have this set of documents, and then they're looking for a translator for X, Y, and or Z reason, right? So great, that's the first contact. But what else do we need to know? Well, I think Jasmine also mentioned this. We need to know how they expect the translation project to be managed, especially with large projects, or maybe with large clients, or maybe large companies. Perhaps they expect you to become part of their own translation department, or part of their, or to be supervised by someone who will be in charge of this particular translation project in particular. So it's important sometimes to explain or to clarify what the dynamics will be and who the participants will be. Usually for small projects, small clients in general, they don't know much about the work entailed by translation, or the participants, or the stages, or anything. They don't know, they don't care sometimes, and it's okay. But if you're dealing with maybe large projects, or large companies or clients, perhaps you should ask, like, how, if they will expect you to um, provide maybe progress reports. That could happen. Sometimes they ask you to provide progress reports to see how the translation project is going along, and if you're going to meet the deadline, and so on. So that's all things to maybe ask about, and to agree on. It's okay, no problem. Then also we need to know about their requirements for the project, and what do they really need. And I put that question there, what they really need, because sometimes the clients don't really know what they need. It happens sometimes to me that clients come to me and say, well, I have this document and I need a public translation of this document. Maybe it's a Word document, an editable document, Word document. It's not any signed or official document. And then you ask them and say, do you really need a public translation, like with in a printed format with my signature, my stamp, and everything? Or do you just need like a Word file so you can continue editing the document? And sometimes they say, yeah, actually, I only need that. I need this document in a Word format because I'm going to make changes, or maybe this is not the final version of the document yet, and so on. So sometimes it's worth asking. I think. Well, sometimes you'll know that maybe it's not what they need, but don't be afraid to ask if they they need something else, because sometimes you find out that they need something else probably, and sometimes it's easier for you as a translator. Sometimes it's cheaper for them as a client, and easier maybe, or faster as well. That's why it's important to ask. And also something very important, of course, because this is our source of income. Of course, this is a service we provide for a consideration for money, right, in return. So it's always important to talk about money. Money and time in general are the two main topics that you should discuss with your client when they first contact you, asking about these or that translation project in particular. So payment policy, for example, if this will always also tell you if you are able, or if you're willing to work with this particular client, because sometimes it happens that clients have their own payment policy, maybe that you don't agree with, and this policy is really strict. You can't change it. Perhaps they have a maybe 90-day payment policy that you don't agree with. So this is not probably a client for you, and that's okay. It's okay to reject clients. It happens all the time. You won't be a perfect match for every client, or maybe yeah, you, and vice versa. It's an open market. There's a free supply of services, or of vendors, because we are vendors. We provide a service, and so yes, you don't worry if you lose a client because you think that he or she is not the right client for you. It will happen. Now, what does the client need to know from us? It's also really important to tell the client some basic information. First things first, the feasibility. First thing they need to know is if or whether you can do the job or not in the terms or in the terms they propose, like in the time, maybe in the deadline, or in the price, etc. That's one of the first things you should tell, and you could actually tell the client very quickly without much analysis. Sometimes if it's a crazy request, give me a second. I've been asked a couple of times, for example, to translate hundreds of pages of documents for a public tender, for example, and they needed the translations for in 2 days or in 3 days, and that was just impossible. No one could probably, or no one has here, or maybe in another country with, like has been said, larger translation companies, they have the capacity to do that. But yeah, I knew from the moment, from the very first moment, that that would be an impossible task. So I would have to explain that, say no, the volumes you are asking are too much for this short period, and I can't do it. I won't be able to do it. No one in the country, at least, will be able to do it. So maybe you could extend the deadline if you can, or maybe bid or participate in the tender next time or next year, because at the moment it's just impossible. Right, but if you think it's feasible, if it's possible, then you can calculate the price, delivery dates, and that's all part of preparing the quote that we're going to be seeing in detail in the next slides. Something else they need to know from you as a vendor, as a service provider, as a translator, is maybe sometimes the tasks and participants involved in each production stage. Sometimes that's important because I've had projects where I required graphic designers, for example, that would also work on the final document, and that increased the price a lot, right, of the project. So I needed to tell the client, well, this is the price, and this is the deadline, and well, it's might look like a little bit expensive, perhaps, but it's because I'm going to have someone else, like an expert, like a graphic designer, working for me, or for you actually, to prepare the document in the format that you want. So it's not only translation, or it's not just me as a translator. There's someone else, in this case, one other person, an expert. And also the terms and conditions of our service, payment revisions. We talk about payment. They need to know from us, like if we are okay with their payment policy, for example, if we are able to make maybe adjustments, perhaps we can adjust to the policies. Also, sometimes it's important to clarify whether the product, the translation we deliver, is going to be the final version, or if they need more revision, or if you're going to include one more revision step, because sometimes customers, especially for creative texts, like for marketing and so on, the client wants to have the final say sometimes, and they want to check the translation again, and perhaps suggest a few make some style suggestions, perhaps. And sometimes they ask you to make those changes yourself again. I mean, as a translator, you have to you get their feedback and what they want again, and then you have to make those changes in the document. And okay, and then that's okay. I mean, I don't mean that that's something that you can't or shouldn't do, but it should be included or accounted for in your quote, because that's going to take you time to do, or maybe someone else will do it. And those are just the basics so far. So what the client needs to know from us, and what we need to know from the client. This is the first contact. Of course, if there are many or any other questions later, you can also continue talking with the client, asking more questions, and so on. Now, analyzing the client's request. This is really important. I mean, this is what we do from the very moment they contact us. We start analyzing. This is in a more explicit way. The steps, mental steps that we take, probably. It says understanding the request, what exactly the client is asking for. Like we said before, what do they want, and why? Why do they want it? What's the purpose of the request? Do they need this translation to be a public translation because they're going to use it in an administrative process or procedure, or do they need these in an editable format so they can continue making changes to the document? Um, so that's the first part. Usually this should be clear. I mean, the client should know what they want. But like I said before, sometimes they don't, and don't be afraid to ask, to offer alternatives. Like it says in the second step, identifying the needs. Will the request serve the purpose? And do they really need a public translation of this document, or will an editable file suffice, for example? And can I offer alternative services, or maybe with documents that have, let's say, graph design, for example, graphic design? Sometimes they don't need I mean, to translate the text in the drawings, in the illustrations, and you don't know. Maybe the customer doesn't know, so you can ask and see if they really need it. Because if they do, then well, you're gonna have to add one more production step into your translation project, and well, that will entail more time and more money. So, but it's better to clarify things from the beginning, see what the needs really are, and then quote and plan based on those needs, and not other things that are not required. Then you have doing the analysis. That's the last mental step, and well, this requires probably sitting down and on your own, of course, to do the actual analysis. You can do it quickly. Maybe you say, just to say whether it's feasible or not, like I said at the beginning, say time, money. Well, this will cost you. Sometimes customers or clients are in a hurry. They want to know just the feasibility. They want to know if it's possible and how much in a price range, how much this project will cost. They don't need any details. They don't need you to spend hours and hours preparing a quote, because depending on the size of the project, it can take hours and hours to prepare a quote, and so you don't want to waste your time. And well, the customers or the clients sometimes are also in a hurry to know just the feasibility. So sometimes you just tell them, yes, I can do it, or yes, I can do it, with lots of people behind you, of course, but you say, I can do it, and it will cost you between this and that. That's enough for the client sometimes. And if they accept, maybe, or if they want to know more details, then you do the more detailed analysis in the form of a formal quote that where you specify the documents involved, the volumes, and that we're going to see in a minute now, and the stages, the price, the deadlines, and so on. So this should be, or is usually in writing, and it doesn't have to be a document, a formal document all the time. That depends on your client. They will ask you sometimes to produce or to prepare a formal quotation, and but sometimes they just need this in writing, whether through WhatsApp or email, something quick, more detailed, but in writing. But yes, it doesn't have to be a document. What I usually do is I ask my clients whether they want a formal quotation, and if so, then I do have you're gonna see my sample quotation with all the information, my contact number, and so on. So, but that's very rare cases. Usually when you start working with a client, the first time perhaps you do this, next time you don't. It's faster. Maybe you get confirmation through email or WhatsApp. You just have to tell them the price and the deadline, delivery dates. That's it. They don't ask you for a formal quotes like all the time. Perhaps only the first time when they're getting to know you. But if you're not sure, then always prepare a formal quote. It always looks much more professional than sending a quote by WhatsApp or email, like a simple email. Now, these are the kind of things that you need to take into account in your analysis of the translation project. And this applies to documents in general, including correspondence, CVs, brochures, manuals, reports, and so on. Everything that is maybe in paper or in a Word document or in a word processing software file, then that could be called a document translation. And you have to take into account the general characteristics of the project, like the theme. whether it's general, legal, medical, accounting. And why is this important? Of course, it is important because it will, or actually all these factors will define or determine whether it's feasible, and will determine whether it's expensive or cheap, and the delivery dates. If it's a general translation, maybe general text, that's going to be much easier than if it is a legal text, for example, that has its own, complications. It's a very technical field, medical as well, of course, and perhaps you're not capable of doing medical translation, so you say no right at the beginning. You say no. Then you have to take into account the style. That's also important. Technical, casual, marketing. This again is important for planning, to see if you're capable of doing it. If it's too technical and you can't, then you reject. Maybe you turn down the request. If it's casual, maybe it's okay with you. If it's marketing, maybe you don't do it. I don't do marketing, for example, marketing translation, because that's requires a different specialization. So these things will define whether I can do it, and for how much money, and in what time, right? In deadline. And the complexity as well, content and format, is also important. This will define the cost and the length of the project, or the people you require. If format, I'm talking about, for example, illustration, images, or columns, or tables, things that are not so easy to reproduce. Sometimes if the document the client gives you is not an editable file, or a computer file, for example, they give you sometimes an actual physical document in paper. So you have to reproduce these kind of things sometimes, and that takes time and takes expertise. For example, if you have to do layouts or desktop publishing, like with the for publishing brochures, for example, or manuals and so on. That's another area of specialization. So you probably don't do it. But perhaps as a translator, you can do it. You have the software and the skills to do it. Perhaps you don't. This will affect the feasibility, and also the price and time of the project. Official status, of course. Well, it happens that, or we happen to live in a country where we have something called public translation. It's not very common, I think, in other parts of the world. But yeah, if the client is asking you to produce or provide a public translation, and then, well, that means that you will have to hire someone. If you're not a public translator yourself, you will have to hire someone, pay someone to sign, at least check and sign the translation for you. So these are just the general characteristics, and then we go to the numbers a little bit with the components. The components in the project are basically, when we talk about document translation projects, the components are the actual documents or files. So sometimes they send you one file, one 200-page file, or maybe 5 files, each with between 3 and 7 pages each, and so on. One is in PDF format, another one is in Word, another one is a scanned document, another one is a PowerPoint presentation, and so on. These are all different components, so discrete units that you can separate the project into, right? So you have to see how many there are, and any special features, special formats, or check the format, check the theme, the style, complexity for each, official status for each. Then you have to define the target language. So that should be clear from the beginning, I think, because the clients will tell you, I need this translated from X into Y, or maybe into Y and Z. Sometimes you get requests for translation into more than one target language. But well, in my practice, in my case, in my experience, that's not very common, but it happens sometimes. So you define the target languages for each component. Sometimes different components will have different target languages and delivery dates. Sometimes also each component will have different delivery dates, because maybe the client needs the PDF document by next week, but the others you can deliver maybe in 2 weeks. So you can have different delivery dates as well. Then comes the actual numbers, the volumes. That's the numbers or the amounts of things that you have there to translate. And you can count these units in words, characters, hours, pages, illustrations, if you're going to actually be translating text in within the illustrations, and you're going to be remaking the illustrations. Well, someone else probably, not you. But yes, that also should be counted separately, probably, and maybe quoted for separately, and perhaps it will have their own delivery dates. Perhaps, I don't know. Uh, I don't work a lot with illustrations, but anyway, I do work with words and characters and pages in general. And if you ever heard or needed a translation, or if you are a practicing translator, you will probably always hear or be asked to provide a quote in a in price, or in a price per page. That's, I don't know how that became the standard. At least here you will always hear or be asked to provide a quote in a price per page, rate per page, and that's okay. No problem. It works. I mean, that's the way clients understand the how translation works and how translators sell their services. But at the core of pages, we have words. And what really matter at the end of the day is how many words you're going to be translating, because pages can be have a variable length. Some pages can have 200 words, and some others I've seen 900 words per page with very small fonts, and very thin columns, and so on. So at the end of the day, what really matters to you as a vendor, as someone selling your service, selling your time, is how many words you're going to be dealing with. Um, but that doesn't mean that you can do the, let's say, the conversion into pages or rate per page for the client's convenience. But when you are doing your math, you're doing the numbers, use words or characters if you want. Characters, I think it's more technical, more for like when you're going to use machine translation services. Perhaps they charge you in characters, but in general, as a translator, as a freelance translator, you will do your analysis, your calculations based on the number of words. Now, the production tasks, there could be many. Capin also mentioned, talked about this. You have the actual linguistic tasks, including translation, the actual work that I do as a translator, or editing, that also I sometimes do, because I don't hire another editor for my translations. So, well, as a freelancer, you will notice that you will be doing many roles at the same time, and well, you should, in theory, be uh, yeah, accordingly paid for, right? Because you'll be doing different roles. You'll be doing the role of a project manager, a translator, and an editor, at least three roles, and QA as well, maybe four. So you have editing, like you heard from Jamin. Editing means checking making substantial changes to the translation to make it sound, flow natural, to make sure that there are no changes, omissions, um, or additions in the meaning of the original, and so on. So these are very, let's say, substantial changes that the editor makes to the translation, so that it reaches a certain level of quality. Then you have post editing. That's basically editing, but what the machine has done, editing, machine translation. Um, which is something that I do for many of my customers, my clients, because it works for them. They don't need a full human translation. They just need well, post editing is okay for the purposes of their translation, usually for administrative processes, procedures, and so on. A post edited text will work for my clients, and they are, that's why that's what I quote for, actually, not translation sometimes. Then linguistic QA revision, checking for like errors in spelling, grammar, and so on, minor errors or less substantial errors, like Jamin said. And then the technical parts that in my case, personally, I don't do any of them, except for the public translation. Yes, I do have. I am a registered public translator. I do the I stamp and sign all my translations when they are required to be public. But I don't do the desktop publishing, which is like creating these documents in a format so with a view to publishing, like with all the page layout and the illustrations and so on. I don't do that. I will never do that. I think I prefer to pay someone, and I have paid before someone to do this part for me. And I dealt with the translation part or with the linguistic production part. But you can be asked to do this task, or I mean, or hire someone else to do it for you. And then DTP QA is basically QA, making sure that all the layout illustrations are in the right place, that there are no maybe truncated sentences or things like that. It has to do with the visual presentation of the translation. Again, checking everything's okay visually, basically. And then resources, you have to plan and think about your resources, material resources, references, glossaries, memories. I mean, memories meaning translation memories, style guides. It doesn't happen often, not in my case, but sometimes your customers, clients will ask you to use a style guide that you have to read, understand, and apply to your translation, the way they want you to write, or they want the way they want to sound. Like when they maybe their own clients read their materials, they want their clients to feel like they're a young professional company, and well, they have the way the words they want to use, the kind of language they want to use, and you have to learn that and implement that in your translation. Human resources, of course, there's always a human involved, at least until now. So you have to see the rates if you're going to hire someone else, other people's rates, their productivity, how much they can help you with, their availability, their knowledge. Do you require someone with an expertise in this or that theme or area of knowledge in particular, and things like that. I'm checking for my time. Can you let me know when I'm maybe 20 minutes before my time's up? Or I think my time is up already.
You have 15 more minutes.
15 more minutes. Okay. Okay, great. Now, and rates. I'll go very quickly through this. Rates, there's no one has it's not set in stone, written in stone. Rates are personal, and each translator or service vendor sets their own rates, and they take into account several factors. For example, what they want to, maybe financial needs, aspirations, how much they want to make, how much they need to make, maybe the added value of their services. They know they have something that they, let's say, additional that they're offering to their clients that others aren't. So that also should impact the rate positively, of course. And then also market rates, perhaps. Maybe you ask around how much you're charging for this or that service in particular, and so on. So this is maybe several factors, not all of them, perhaps, but just a few examples of the things you take into account to set your own rate. And you can have different rates, actually, for different clients. Maybe you charge more uh, for some clients, and or maybe for some projects, maybe depending on the theme, the complexity, or official status. I know some people charge more for public translation than if it's not, for example. That's up to everyone or each one of us. It's also common to offer discounts for repetitions and matches. If you're using a translation memory, you can offer a discount for the things that you already have, translations you have already stored in your translation memories, because that's something that you won't be doing again, or it won't take much time or any time to do. Or repetitions, like this phrases that repeat in the same document, or repeat in the same set of documents that you're going to work on. Also, you can charge a minimum service fee, because it doesn't matter if it's maybe 10 or 20 words that you have to translate. That means leaving everything you're doing now to see that to cater to that client, and to provide them with your service. And maybe mm, that has a minimum value that you can't charge below. So maybe you can set your minimum service fee. So it doesn't matter if it's only 10 words, still maybe you can apply a 90,000 guarani minimum rate or minimum service fee. It doesn't matter, regardless of the number of words. And this is, well, simple equation I found. I think I took this from PROS, this translation forum. Well, this is my version of their calculation tool. But this is just to show you, or to illustrate the different factors that come into play when you calculate your rates. For example, this is the calculation of a per word translation based on a monthly basis financial needs and aspirations. So at the top you have the I, or the R is your rate per word in Guaranese, and then at the top, I think that's the numerator, has your target income. So that's the money you need to cover personal expenses, operating expenses, because you need to pay for electricity and software and so on, and your expected profit, how much you want to make. There's a disclaimer there saying this was not made by experts. This was made by me based on my experience. So I'm no financial expert. So don't take this for for an expert advice or piece of advice. And yes, that's important. Then the days you are planning to or expect to work, because you won't be working maybe 365 days a year, right? Maybe you'll be working only 5 days a week, from Monday to Friday. Hours of the day you dedicate to translation. Maybe you won't be working 8 hours, maybe only 6. Remember, you have a life, and you also have maybe the administrative side of your business, like billing your clients, and finding clients as well. Maybe you have your Instagram page that you need to create content for, etc. So that's also to be taken into account. And then your productivity also, the standard or the average in the industry, they say it's about 400 words per hour for full human translation. That might be your case, that might not be your case. You have to find out how much you can produce in 1 hour. And with all this information, then perhaps like in the example below there, you want to make 10 million guaranis per month, working only 20 days per month and 6 hours per day, and you can produce 300 words per hour. So that would give you a rate of 208 guaranis, which is okay. I mean, this is just a rough calculation. I've heard from clients here from colleagues here in Paraguay, uh, those who charge these below, sometimes 3 times or maybe 4 times over. So it's up to you. This is just to give you an idea where to start. Then this is just one parameter you can use to set your own rate. Okay, when preparing quotations, then well, include basic information, all the things that we talked about. Make sure your quote is free of errors, language or arithmetic. um, Make it clear that you expect confirmation before proceeding. It happens sometimes that you don't do this and the client never confirmed, and you just assume they confirmed. You started the project, you finished it, you delivered, and you didn't get paid because they didn't confirm. So make sure that doesn't happen to you. In writing, like I said before, for future reference, just in case there are maybe client can forget the price you quoted or the deadlines. Leave everything in writing. Don't rely on memory, because memory is frail. It can fail. And in case of changes, of course, resubmit your quote, make the necessary changes, adjust the prices, the components, the deadlines, maybe the language pairs, anything that you need to adjust, and resend it and ask for confirmation again. Don't assume that your updated quote has been confirmed by the client. Uh, Silence doesn't mean confirmation. And some people found out in the hard way. I think it never happened to me, but I heard cases of people working on projects, sometimes large projects, and not getting paid because there was there was miscommunication with the client. The client never confirmed, and so they don't have to pay for something that never confirmed. Here's a sample quotation I prepared not long ago for a, well, the information there is, of course, is made up. This is not a real person or a real company, but just to give you an idea about the kind of information you need to include. Of course, this is a super formal quotation. Some clients will ask you to prepare something like this. Some others don't care. Perhaps they only care about the table you see there and perhaps your conditions. I mean, you should care about telling the client about your conditions so they can accept them. But yes, you include the contact information and the quote, the date, perhaps. Sometimes you can include a validity maybe for the quote itself. Say this is valid for 10 days, 15 days. After that, I might not be available anymore, or something like that. So please confirm by such or before 30 days or before 10 days. And you have the request information or the commission, the assignment information, where you describe exactly what you're going to be translating. It's useful to include the topic maybe and the kind of documents that you're going to be translating, and in this case the status, right? They ask for a public translation of some pharmaceutical product certificates. So that I made that very clear here. And the source languages English and German, and the target language is Spanish. In this case, this is a multi-language project where I had to hire a colleague, a German translator, to work with me to deliver to the client, because the client, well, this was my like regular client, and I didn't want to fail them. I wanted to make things easier for them, so I hired someone, a German translator that I know, that I trust, to help me with this, right? And so I quoted, well, I said 3 days, working days after you confirm. Here's after confirmation. I make it very clear. And the delivery format will be a public translation. That means printed, stamped, and signed. And also the editable Word files, because they use the Word files for their own, I don't know for what, but they do need it. So I detail here the tasks: translation. That includes editing, probably, or post editing. The client doesn't know. I just want to make things easier for my client, so I just say traducción, translation, whatever that entails. Uh, that's how the or the only thing the client cares about is to have their documents translated. I don't want to overload them with technical words and so on. So I said, well, this is from English to Spanish. This is the document, legalized CPP. It's 7 pages. My rate per page is 50,000. And so the total, or the grand total, is 350,000. And then there's another task, which is from German into Spanish. It's PY insert, 6 pages. And you'll notice that the rate per page is different, because these numbers, or this rate, is calculated based on the number of words. But for my clients' convenience, because they are used to receiving quotes or asking for quotes in rate per page, I made the conversion for them, and this resulted in I having 2 rates per page. One is 50, the other is 80,000. And this is the total, 4 million, and my conditions, my payment information, VIT included, etc. Like, there's something also about legible text within the graphs that I'm going to include and translate. So I made that clear to the client. This is validity, yeah, 15 days. Any changes? Yes, well, that will result in adjustments of the price or delivery dates. And cancellation. This is very important. It happens. It happened to me a couple of times when the client has confirmed a commission or an assignment like this, and then they decide they don't need the translation anymore. But well, we need to tell them that if that happens, and if you've started the translation project and you have already produced translations for them, then they have to pay you at least for proportionally, or in proportion to the parts that you have completed. And luckily, it happened to me that the clients paid for the work that I had done already, not the full amount, but at least for the parts that I had already finished. So, but it's very important to tell your client that this is how you work. So this doesn't come up as a surprise later when it happens. Then, yeah, my contact information, if you want to write me an email or about this, they can write me there. And that's it. I don't know. I think I said many things. I don't know if everything was clear. If you need me to clarify something, to go into detail, elaborate on something, just let me know, or let me know if you're ready to prepare your next quotation after this. Or have you ever prepared quotations for translation projects before? What else would you like to know?
They're saying that it is very important, very interesting, but they're not formal questions so far. This is like Oroku E for us, Jose.
Yeah, I know, because this is the kind of things that they don't teach you in school, and I don't blame anyone. But it happens in all professions, Like the last thing, or the one thing they don't teach you is how to quote or how to charge for your service. You can go to law school, maybe you go to architecture, you go to translation school, and they teach you all the basics, the theory, the practice, etc. But sometimes they forget how to teach you how to quote, how to charge for your own service.
This is super realistic, like real life,
And
real life.
it happened to me. That's why I think I wanted to share this with the students, because I know there are many students here, and because it happened to me.
We really appreciate, very valuable, Jose. Thank you so
Thank you,
much
Professor.
for taking the time,
Yep,
to come
no
here
problem.
and share your expertise, because not only you share what you learned at the ISL, but also what life has
Taught
taught
me.
you.
Yes, exactly. No, thank you for having me. And I don't know if you have any questions, you can write me there. And thanks for having me. I hope this will come in handy at some point in your careers.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye
Thank you very
bye.
much, Jose.
If there are no questions.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. And thank you, everyone. Jasmine Benitez, Ana Franco, and Jose Figueredo. They conform the translation interpretation segment, and we really appreciate that. Now I need to share my own screen. Let me see if I can do it. By the way, my name is Christian Christoffel. I'm the head of department of the English department at the ISL. And I would like to share with you one, let me see. I want to share a tab. Okay, here it is. A tab, and this is this one. Yes. Okay. Just a minute, you will see it in a minute here. This is our website, and I will post the um, the link to the website on Facebook. Just a minute. There, and in this website, if you scroll down, you can see the presenters from yesterday. If you click on where it says PowerPoint presentation and links, you can get access to the presentations that they shared with you. Jose Figueredo will share his too. So this is missing, but we will have it as soon as possible. Then it has the registration thingy and the assessment. If you get here on the assessment, you can get into the form and you need to evaluate our symposium. That way, we will send certificates to you in 15 days from now. Okay, so we expect you then to go over the assessment form and to suggest us ways in which we can serve you better, in which we can help you better. Thank you very much, Luján. Thank you very much, Elena. And yesterday we had Katia and we had Joel. We had also Marta Santa Cruz, who were our hosts. And we had Director Valentina Canese with us too. We really appreciate your taking time to, because it does take time. The symposium takes 2 long days, but they are full of aspects, academic aspects and real life aspects that we really want to share with you. We want them to be useful to you because we want to serve our community. So again, thank you very much. We also appreciate the help of Juan Amarilla, who took long hours to broadcast this this live event, as well as Francisco Busso from Filosofía. We really appreciate your help. So thank you again, and we will see you next year. Thank you. Goodbye.